Hello! Wait. Wait. Make the game a little smaller. Okay. That's better. Alrighty. Good evening, gamers! Hello, Young Moon Deloitte, welcome. Looks edgy, I know, right? It really is. Wait, let me read this. Chaos Head Noah. If you were God and your delusions could become reality, what delusions would you wish for? Okay, wait, I never know how to say this word. Is it... Wait, okay. Simple World, blah blah world. Yeah, okay, opening movie, yay. I had the game open and then the opening video started playing, so I was like, oh shoot, maybe I should wait to open it, you know, like right before, but yeah, okay, wait, let me make the game audio a little bit louder. Sad, can't wait for Steins Gate begin playthrough. Me too! I'm so excited to play Steins Gate. Also, hello G6, welcome. This is surely a game. Next karaoke song. Possible. 168 cm, fairly tall. I haven't played Steins Gate but watched other ones. Ah, I see. I don't actually know what happens in Steins Gate even, so going into the whole thing blind, which is exciting. Vampire. So yeah, this game came out in like 2008, I think. So, if you are God and the delusion becomes reality, what annoyance you get. The despotic society. Destructive sanctions, or Okay, and then I do have the Committee of Zero like patch also, just so that you know the translations of things will be consistent between all the games. But yeah, sorry, you're going blind. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's up. But I did watch the Steam trailer for the game. I was like, oh, the blood, their bodies. But we'll see. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Hopefully I won't get like nightmares or anything, you know. I had a dream last night actually that was kind of scary, but yeah. Okay, I guess it's gonna play again, the opening video. But I didn't even know what was happening, but I was like stuck in a house with these other people. But it was like you had to explore, but then there were like weapons and stuff. But I ended up waking up like right. I was getting a really bad feeling with like the person I was with. Cause I don't know why, but I wasn't moving, and the intro of it I think it is different, yeah. But so I was like, okay, I need to wake up. I need to wake up before I get like stabbed or killed or something, you know. So I woke up and then I was like, okay, I can't go back to sleep now. Like, I kept on, like, drifting, like, you know, between states of awakeness and sleep. But this time I was like, okay, I need to wake up now. I need to wake up now so nothing bad happens to me in the dream. I mean, it was an interesting dream, you know, so I didn't really want to wake up. I kind of wanted to see what happened, but then there I was like, okay, I don't think anything fun will happen from here on. So come back if you get nightmares. Yeah, I'll probably mention it. It's not Doki Doki lit. Yeah, like this intro better. Okay, maybe I should just start now. Oh, but also, you know, for the Community of Zero patch, right? It was like, you need to, get the, swimsuit DLC. So I did get it, but I don't know how to, like, use it, but I hope it's not turned on by default. It's just like, I think if you turn it on, it's just the game proceeds as normal, but then their sprites, they're just wearing like swimsuits instead of their normal clothes. Double translations are important because I heard the original again with that. Yeah. I heard the Zero patch is good, so I think this is the one that's on the Steam page. Yeah. Steam trailer vid. There's so much blood. In general though, I would say I'm okay with blood, but I saw on the Steam page it was talking about like some of the depictions of gore. And it was like, you know, visible like intestines and stuff, and I was like, oh. I see. Yeah. I like the spinning. there's so much spinning. Sounds visceral AF, yeah. And apparently, with the release of this game, it's also like censored, but with the patch, it like uncensors it also. So, but apparently with the censorship also, they removed like a whole section from one of the roots. But it's like restored with the patch, so yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, sea salt ice cream. I don't know. You know, I think I mentioned this before, but I like it if when savory things are sweet. But I don't like it when like traditionally sweet things become savory, personally, you know? Like I'm not really a fan of like sea salt, like taffy and stuff, you know? But body horror frightens you? I would say so. Well, I would say I do not enjoy it. Because, well, I guess when I was, delusion science novel, when I was younger, they would always, like, you know, if I saw something like that, it would, like, appear in my dreams after, but maybe I'm better now. I feel like that hasn't really happened recently. But yeah, so many intro videos. There's so many different ones. I think this is the first one we saw again now. I remember seeing their profiles, right? Favorite science. Favorite meat. Favorite twin younger sister. Aesthetically, I feel like I enjoy that last person. Looks really cool. Favorite fish burger. I just realized that Google is like delude. I mean, apparently with the patch also, I was reading through like, you know, what they like changed or added or whatever, but apparently they also translated a bunch of the images in the game too, so they have like English text. But yeah. Like this game already? Yeah. Yeah, my favorite clean little goody two shoes already. I feel like this would be scarier. My favorite character yet? Yeah, I'll have to see. Once we get to actually know all of them. That character looks cool. Seems like she's in a band too, question mark, but... And to bachelors, do you already have some image already? Or already? No, I don't. But maybe I should prepare that. I don't think it would be too bad. Hopefully. Like, there's like, you know... Yeah. It should be fine. I think the worst would just be the gore, so it's probably okay. Isomnia files got visceral. I feel like they weren't like Isomnium files wasn't too explicit with what they showed though, with like the corpses, you know? But Zero, so I still need matches because I had bug fixes and yeah. They're so dedicated. But yeah. Okay, let me drink some water and then I'll start. Also, yeah. I mean, I appreciate it. But Oh yeah, it's already been a little while now since the stream started, I guess. But I was gonna say, sorry for starting stream late. I got sidetracked. I was going through my iPhone notes, and I was just deleting a bunch of them, like just all of my like random grocery lists, you know, and things that like wouldn't be useful anymore. And then I checked the time. I started at like maybe like 5:20 p.m. and then before I knew it, it was already past 6. I was like, oh, wait, oh no. So that's why I was late today. It's a lot of notes, yeah. Wait, let me see how many I have. If it says, I think. Okay, I have 356 notes on my phone right now. I think earlier. Actually, I feel like it was at like 600 something earlier. But I don't know if is someone mowing their lawn? I don't know if I deleted that many. But yeah, it was so many grocery lists and random notes. I kept some of the random notes because I was like, maybe this will be nice to look back on later, but useless notes read all extreme. Well, a lot of them are deleted now, so okay. Let me start. Wait, actually, okay. Okay. It's funny though, we saw the starting video so many times. Okay. Should I look at the configurations? Extra. Actually, I don't know. Wait, let me. Spooky music. Let me hide this for a second. I just want to see, make sure. Text settings. I will change it to high message speed. Should I just set it to max? Maybe yeah. I'll see how fast the max text speed is. I've always set it to max in games if it's an option. Voice settings. Yeah. Key config. Oh wait. It's the PS4 controller, question mark? I don't think I have mine plugged in right now. Do I? I don't think I do. Is it for me? Yeah, I hit it. I don't know if I should change this. Delusion trigger. This is the game. Wait, hang on. Let me see real quick. I guess I'll probably be fine with just, you know, keyboard and mouse, right? Probably there's like, you know, a menu thing there, right? I don't know if I should change this though. Oh my gosh, there's so many. I went to this website. Games get to hear myself the DK Broncos. Okay. This seems fine though. Okay. Back. What? It says at the bottom. Wait, let me show it for a second. It says backspace for back. Is that right? It's not escape key. Okay, let me try it again. Let me try escape key. I kind of want to see if it works. Oh, okay, no, escape key just actually closes the game. Okay, no. I was wondering if that might be the case. Okay, yeah, it is backspace. Okay. Let me look at the extra menu also. The total playtime already is. Wait, let me hear. I'll show it again. But the total playtime. I've just been sitting here talking, but it's already like 19 minutes. Try Alt F4. Isn't that just to close the game? Question mark. It's kind of funny. 19 minutes well spent. Yeah, 19 minutes just talking. Whose eyes are those eyes? I don't really know what this means, but I know the website where you get the Committee of Zero patch on is just whose eyes are those eyes. Sonome, dare no me. I like this too. Mindor's X perfect. Groucho soft. You want me to find out? Yeah. Okay. Let me let's actually start now, for real. Also, there's not an option here for the swimsuit, so I really hope it's not on by default. I want to start the game seriously. I use the notes app. I just text myself. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's start. 8th grade syndrome. Okay, start! Why is my mouse loading? Quick saved.
視線が空から降ってくる。
This is the fastest text
その
scroll
瞳は
speed. Or maybe this doesn't count as text.
眼差
Eyes
し
are
は
always watching me.
熱くて真っ黒な雨雲を突き抜けて
It's
雨の
raining.
ように僕へと降り注ぐ。僕を見るな。
No,
雨
just
の
you
冷たさ
know.
より背中を預けている瓦礫の冷たさのせいでさっきから体の震えが止まらない。
Ice cold rubble.
ひどく寒い。突き刺さってくる誰のものかもわからない天からの視線。それから逃げるように僕はわずかに首を持ち上げて周囲を見回す。
Okay.
そこにあるのは崩壊した街。そこにあるのは絶望。そこにあるのは
Despair, you say.
そこにあるのは無。誰もいない。誰も動いていない。誰も生きていない。
Dang. What happened?
聞こえるのはただ降り続ける雨の音だけ。このまま全てを生きているものも死んでいるものも全てを優しく包み込んで洗い流してしまうんだろうか。全部の出来事が単なる妄想だったらよかったんだけど、どうやらそうでもないらしい。 体が動かない。動かせるのは
Or
かろうじ
protag.
て首と瞳だけ。体が震えているけど、そんなのただの生理現象でしかない。僕の意志じゃない。僕は身を震わせたいなんて思ってない。僕の自由にならないなら、こんなの僕の体じゃない。あるいは生まれた時から僕は自由なんかじゃなかったかもしれない。心の保管してある場所なんて誰にもわからないんだ。それなのに、一体誰がこの体の中に僕の心があるって言い切れるんだ。
Dang.
でも、
But
だったら僕はどこにいたんだろう。僕はここにいるのかな。僕はどこにもいないのかな。すべてが静止している壊れてしまった世界に、ふと
someone there?
死の雨以外の音が響く。
Okay.
無の中から浮かび上がってくるたった一つの湯。君は誰？
Is it the pink
そ
haired
の
girl?
肌が青白く見えるのは雨の冷たさに凍えているから、
Thy
それとも
eyes.
君がもう死んでいるから。でも
Mm.
彼女は震えていなかった。そして前髪で隠れそうになっているその瞳は、
It is.
奥を見るな。ひどく悲しそうにも見える。狂気じみているようにも見える。何も映していないようにも
Into
見える。
madness.
もしも世界には僕と彼女の二人だけしかいなくて、こうしてお互いだけを永遠に見つめ合っていたら、僕の世界は彼女の瞳に映るものだけになるのかな。彼女の世界は僕の瞳に映るものだけになるのかな。彼女の瞳に映るものは僕、僕の瞳に映るものは彼女。そう考えると世界は途端に矮小化する。不意に僕の耳に届くとても綺麗なノイズ。彼女はうなだれて両手を左右に広げる。まるであの雨雲の上へ向けて飛び立とうとするかのように、あるいはこの雨すべてを受け止めようとするかのように。
あなたを待つ。
うなだれた彼女の表情は僕の位置からも伺い知ることができない。
It's a cool weapon?
雨の角
Question
膜の向こうで君はどんな顔をしている？
殺してあげる。
Ah,
天使、乱舞する光の羽は僕を祝福しているのか、それとも、ああ、そうか、理解したよ。それで僕を殺してくれるんだね。ゆっくりと倒れている僕の前に彼女が膝をつく。いまだに彼女はうなだれたまま。 僕の頭をそっと抱えてくる。僕を見てくれないことに僕はほっとしてただ身を委ねた。耳元でささやき、きれいなノイズ。でもよく聞こえない。温かくて柔らかくて優しくて甘美な感触。それは麻酔のようで、不思議なことに体の震えがゆっくりと収まっていく。彼女のかすかな鼻息が僕の頬をくすぐる。とても甘い匂い。ふと胸に圧迫感を覚えた。彼女の持っていた大きな剣が僕の胸の皮膚を裂き、肉をえぐり、骨の間を縫い、ゆっくりと体の中に沈み込んできている。でも彼女のキスという麻酔にかけられてもう痛みを感じない。こんなにも優しく殺してくれるから、不意に切なくなって涙があふれそうになって、それをごまかすために彼女の頭越しに雨を落とし続けている鈍色の空を見上げた。空が滲んでいるのは雨のせい、涙のせい。もうあの視線も感じない。もう何もない。薄れゆく意識の中で僕は空へと手を伸ばす。誰か教えて。僕たちのあの空はどこへ行ったんだろう。
Okay. Opening video. Yay. Imagine if the delusion becomes reality. I'm really curious about these delusions. They keep coming up. True opening, yeah. What a jammer, yeah. The best one too. Man, that really is such a cool weapon though. I wonder if we'll get to work together with her, or what is happening. You know, we'll see. Time goes on. Ah, その値段ね。They look like big scissors? Yeah, they do. Oh, chapter 1, Eyes and Eyes. Prologue. Finish the prologue. Okay. I couldn't see the gaze. Let me drink some more water first. Okay. Ah. I couldn't see it, even though it was watching me. It was strange. For as long as I could remember, I sometimes felt like I was being watched by some mysterious gaze. But whenever I turned to look, there was never anyone there. Still, I was convinced that someone was watching me. Creepy. I could tell by the chills that ran down my neck. Was I just being too self-conscious? Or did I just have a fear of being watched? Way back in elementary school, I thought of it differently. That gaze is God watching over me, and I genuinely believed it too. I'd even written an essay about it back then. New tip, chunibyo. In retrospect, I must have just had a bad case of chunibyo, but now it hurt just thinking about it. If anyone were to read it now, I'd probably shut myself away from society for the rest of my life. Oh. chunibyo. Free. Wait. Okay. I could still remember the title of that essay. Oh, whose eyes are those eyes? By Nishijou Takumi, class 4-3. Oh! Is this our desk? My chair groaned hoarsely as I leaned back.
僕を見るな。
I muttered that toward the gloomy ceiling, irritated. Naturally, there was no response. This was my room. I lived here alone. Aside from me, of course, there wasn't a single person here. I tried turning around. Nice poster. What is our living situation? My room was dim and cluttered with various belongings stacked all the way to the ceiling. The only source of light in the room was the desk lamp near my PC. There weren't any windows, so the darkness should come as no surprise. Dang, no windows. Since you couldn't see outside, you couldn't even tell whether it was night or day. Sounds like torture. And he has so many figures. I tried speaking into the dark corners of my room. Never let your guard down, you hear? Blood. What is that word? Time? I guess we'll maybe learn about it later, but...
僕の名前は西條匠。17歳。水明学園2年。
17.
と言っても学校にはほとんど行ってないけど。まあそれでも勉強はできる方だよ。定期テストはちゃんと受けてる。しかもそれなりに上位の点数を取ってるからね。
I see. Okay, I was curious. I was just curious if I scrolled, if I could see the log, but you can. I wasn't expecting it to make that sound though. Okay, cool. Storage unit, yeah, looks like it.
頭はいいんだ。
It wasn't like talking to myself would accomplish anything. It wasn't like anyone was gonna show up out of nowhere. The darkness just kept on sitting there and being darkness. Still, darkness was delusion fuel. After all, the unseen might as well be the unknown. In the darkness, even if you knew it was impossible, you couldn't help but wonder if something might be there lurking in the shadows. Damn it, this wasn't helping. I was only making my own creepy delusions worse. Why did I do this to myself? To get off the topic, I decided to keep monologuing. Good idea.
僕は現在アウェイじゃなかった。渋谷で一人暮らしをしてる。
渋
この紅
谷。
会館ビルは父さんの経営するビル会社の管理下にあるんだけど。
I see.
その屋上に設置されたコンテナハウスを格安で借りてるんだ。
It is a shipping container. Why though?
街の環境は最悪。僕が住んでる新鮮地
That's so
は
depressing.
小さな坂が多いから疲れるし、すぐ近くにラブホ街もあるし。
Shibuya
ここが秋
107.
葉なら最高だったのに。ほんと渋谷ってひどい街だ。
Swaggy.
円数で言うとディーンズバレーくらいひどい。
Dennis Valley. Oh, new tip MMORPG. ESO was the name of an MMORPG that was basically my life. Name: Needheart, profession paladin, race human male, level 50. Its full title was Empire Sweeper Online. I dive into base lore, that's the world of ESO, pretty much every day at this point, sacrificing sleep in the process, of course. A gamer. Dennis Valley was in a region in ESO that was full of annoying mobs. They hit super hard, and yet they couldn't even be bothered to drop any decent loot. Only idiots went there to grind. Every vet worth his shit would go to the Forest of Lead instead. It was a much better place to grind, and it was right nearby. Of course, that was where I went.
というわけでドキンと恋愛資本主義者が集まるこんな街は即刻滅ぶべきだね。でもこの部屋の住み心地はまあまあ我慢できるレベル。PC とネット環境は最高水準クラスが揃ってるからね。まあ学生にしては上等の基地じゃないかな。あ、だから僕はこの部屋のことをベースって呼んでる。
As always, there wasn't a single living creature in here except me. Survivability. You have to think of the time. But realizing how ridiculous I sounded talking to myself like this, I decided to stop introducing myself to whoever was watching me.
それにしても汚い部屋だな。
Yeah, let's clean up. The whole room reeked of rot. I could feel the stagnating air crawling on my skin. Empty soda bottles and boxed lunches from the convenience store were scattered all over the floor. New tip. Also, my bed was covered in piles and piles of eroge. Thanks to that, I always slept on the couch instead.
片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
That smile. Fuhihi. Oh. Fed up with my own creepy laugh, I took out my frustration on a plastic bottle lying by my foot. Hey, be careful with the figures. Yeah. The bottle ricocheted off the wall and flew straight toward myself of perfectly organized figures. With a shriek, I leapt out of my chair to catch it. I'd never... This line is so... I'd never let anyone lay a finger on any of my 100-ish waifus, daughters, and older sisters. These girls were my darlings. Just looking at them soothed my aching heart. Oh. If you can give an example. I will almost certainly be screaming later if anything startling happens. I made sure to tidy up their shelf once a week. It was the only place in the room I ever cleaned. Yeah, gotta keep the dust off of them. I was always looking for the best ways to display their cuteness. I would constantly rotate and reposition them, trying to create the ultimate layout. Naturally, if I let them get dusty, then the whole thing would be ruined, so I always made sure to clean them regularly. Breathing a sigh of relief, I tossed the bottle aside and turned back to my PC. I kept my beloved PC enshrined at the back end of my room. Scrolls again. No. New tip. New tip. Honor if it's Japanese. Next to my monitor was Seiratan, 1/8 scale pre-awakening version, a figure from my current anime. Blood Tune, the animation. Blood Tune. She sat there, striking a moe pose and smiling at me. New tip, moe.
セーラー、かわいいよ、セーラー。
Staring longingly into Seiraton's eyes, I grabbed a nearby bottle of cola and took a sip. It was lukewarm, but I didn't care.
さてと、円すらないと。
We gamin'. I sat back down and plopped my hands onto the keyboard, just assuming that position made me feel relaxed. You tip paladin. My character in ESO, Neatheart, was a paladin. I'd already leveled him up to the max and reset twice. I see. Right now, he was back to the max level, 50. That was the highest rank you could reach on official servers. ESO players far and wide knew me as lightning-fast Neatheart. Gamer, yeah, I know, right? Oh, Neko, welcome. They treated me like a god. I already had all the rare weapons, armor, and magic. I still only had 95% of the total rare items, but meh, whatever. It was still a work in progress. I had so much gold that I didn't even know what to do with it. Well, aside from RMT, real money trading, which I made a living off of, I see. Even if I stopped grinding right now, I'd still have enough to keep living like this for half a year. Wow. Aside from just ESO stuff, I was particularly adept at chatting online. Oh, really? It was the only source of social interaction I ever got, after all. Your guys' subscribers 5% imagine. I gave advice on the huge anonymous forum at channel. I posted in epic threads too, of course. Oh yeah, and I had over 100 friends on FreePara, a social network I used. I guess. Respect, trust. I had it all right here. And figuring, yeah, he's got hundreds. Well, what did you say? Hundreds of waifus, daughters, and older sisters. Yeah. 100-ish. This guy. I didn't go to school. It wasn't so much that I didn't want to, and more that I had no reason to. I could study anything online. School's completely useless when you can get everything done from home. Well, I did need to attend every once in a while, or else I wouldn't earn enough credits to graduate. That was why I went to school as little as I possibly could. That was the smartest way for a student to live. My parents always nagged me about it, though. To make things easier, I'd invented the minimum attendance chart. According to the chart, I only needed to attend 2 to 3 times a week. New tip, otaku. The other students would always make fun of me for being an otaku freak, but as far as I was concerned, they were the stupid ones for going to school every day. Maybe try thinking for yourself for once, dipshits. All in all, my life here really isn't all that bad. Oh, you tip AAK. Oh, whoops. I've been so busy thinking about the gays, I forgot I was in the middle of chatting with Grim. Name. Neatheart. Color. WH. Reload 10. Participants 2. Grim. You okay? You're not replying. You AAK or something? Yo, Neatheart? Then on PC, Coco chat. So we did a butterfly, epic finds. ESO, something. Do not open. Recycle bin, data, page, sound data, CG, data, plus. Miku? File, data, plus. Managed to open. I feel like it, yeah. Judging from what we've seen about this guy so far. New tip handle. Grim was the handle of one of my ESO friends. I talked to him all the time online, though I'd never met him IRL. He had a keen eye for useful information, so I could generally rely on him to keep me in the loop. I sat back down and started tapping out a response. I'm not following. You definitely are. You tip lol. Do I need to click? Might be. Nah, I didn't fall asleep. I just zoned out for a sec. Lol. Ah, I guess you must be really tired. Do you not get enough sleep? You just stay up late doing the dirty with your GF, lol. Up all night, every night. Come on, you. No, I'm not into 3D, Raffle. I think I've heard of this game like once and immediately forgot to check it out. Yeah. It's the first game in the Science Adventure series, which Steins Gate is also a part of. Can I watch it from you now? Yeah. I'm planning on playing through all the games that are available like on Steam. Yeah. The two of us chatted about all sorts of things, and since it was all anonymous, I was comfortable with talking about pretty much anything. I never act like this IRL, obviously. I gotta finish Steins Gate too. Oh, right, you like 2D, and by 2D, you mean hehe, eroge? What is up? I don't want to read all this out loud. You think should be available now, even the new one? Well, it's like, I think they were, I was looking at, there's like, someone made like a guide on Reddit, like talking about like the order you should play the games and stuff like that. But I think there are some of the spin-offs that like aren't available, or like they're like, you know, like Love Choo Choo, whatever. But I saw that, yeah. But yeah. I'm just gonna click. Love Choo Choo is goated. We shall see. Yeah. I think there is also a Steins Gate like spin-off game with like romance question mark and stuff too, right? You gotta play the Steins Gate dating sim, it's important. I think actually I think the it might have been talking about the other one. The chaos one? But it was like, it's actually really important. Wait, let me take a look at it again. Yeah, so Chaos Head no one, Steins Gate. And then yeah, Chaos Head Love Choo Choo. No official translation, Community of Zero translation coming soon. Canon and set immediately after the events of Chaos Head Noah. Darling Embrace. Robotics Notes. Chaos Child. Zero. Chaos Child Love Choo Choo. No official translation. Cultic 9. Light novel, manga, or anime. I guess it doesn't actually mention the My Darling Embrace in here. But I saw it on Steam. But anyways, I was? I definitely don't remember that. Hi, hello Oliver, welcome. But yeah, man. Our pro tag. It's a bit of a degen. Anyway. I guess that's like standard for these. That's what we're talking on. Then here's my take on it. Oh no, what is he gonna say? School swimsuit plus glasses equals perfection. You're so cute, Sarah. You're so cute. You're so cute, Sarah. I'll put you to rest now. School swimsuit. School swimsuit. Sarah, you're so cute, Sarah. Okay. What is this? Yes, no. They're both school swimsuits. What if I say no? Actually, I was looking, and on the website they have like the community of zero. They have like the text is moving. They have like a spoiler-free guide. But I took a brief look at the start of it. But they were like, you get a choice to see like a delusion or not. Maybe, is this it? If I say yes, are we just gonna see delusion of the character wearing a swimsuit? Is that what will happen? I'm kind of curious. And I don't want to miss out on content, even though I'd want to pick no here. The fate of the universe is in your hands. It is. Do we have this? Do we do the delusion or not? Okay, fine. Let's just see it. Yes. Is there actually... There's no option to save here. Actually, wait. Am I... Wait, was there an auto save? I don't... The keyboard... The key config... Maybe I should have changed it earlier. Am I going to be able to save? System menu. Actually, okay, wait. Maybe will this work? The ones on this website, maybe, even if they were like controller on the menu. 1. Oh, it works. Okay. That's good to know. I just ran one save file anyway. Yeah, usually, but I mean, you know, with options like these. I guess I'll save. Let me save just to make sure. How many options do we have? Just 8 files, I mean. Or no. Can we? Oh, yeah. 48. I mean, you know, just when we have choices in general. My computer recycle bin internet escape. Save it. Number 1. Eyes and eyes. Okay. I almost pressed the escape key. I'm so used to using the escape key to exit from menus, but that will just exit out of the game here. Okay. Backspace. Okay. Let's see the delusion, I guess. Actually, no. Let's not. And then I guess we'll go back and see. Glasses, who cares about those? The competition swimsuits are definitely better than the regular school ones. Oh wait, I guess we get another choice here, huh? Should I just say no again? Make sure you save. Well, I mean, I stayed with the first choice, so I'll say no. Yeah. What do competition swimsuits even look like? Maybe more just like standard swimsuits? Question. The illusion of choice returned to swimsuit. Yeah, actually. I thought I would make the one choice and it'd be over, but there was more. Sure. I prefer competition swimsuits over regular school swimsuits. The swimming cap is absolutely required. Oh, I see. Oh, yes or no? Why are there so many choices about this? No. I'll slow down, man, Lamau. You really like swimsuits, huh? Our guy. New tip grill. No, hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not reading that out loud. Okay, sure, but I'd be happy either way, really. Name. And yeah, these two. You don't get moe at all. This is so... Wait, go back. What do you mean that's what makes you, you? I mean, yeah, I guess I went a bit crazy there. But I'm still trying to maintain a cool image for myself here. You? Cool? Locker room talk, yeah, actually. Probably worse than what people would say IRL. It was probably just something to do with ESO. Oh, anyway, what were you talking about before I went AFK? What are you laughing at? Did you seriously forget? There was an incident IRL recently. An incident IRL? I remembered something like that, but what was it? Ah, Shogun has joined the room. Couldn't use this 3. Greetings, Lord Shogun. Sup? I introduced myself, but there's no reply from the user named Shogun. And sleep, bye. Goodbye, Evaneko. Thank you for watching. And good night. Hope you'll sleep well. But what was up with that? Was he ignoring me? And I was being so friendly to him, too. Did he know who he was talking to? I'll have you know, I'm the lightning-fast Needheart. Lurking wasn't even allowed here. Well, whatever. Might as well just ignore him. I guess that was another great thing about the internet. There's no need to worry about pointless etiquette. Okay. Anyway, what were you saying, Grim? I was talking about those cases that have been all over the news lately. Like I know what's happening IRL. Probably something stupid, right? Pretty much, yeah. It's shocking, though. Shocking. Must have been some real grisly murder, then. There'd been a few here and there recently. Here and there recently. You're not gonna send me gore again, are you? What, can't handle a little gore, Needheart? Lol. I mean, there's nothing I can't handle. Still, I really didn't want to see it. Lately, though, it hadn't been easy to avoid that kind of stuff. People were always trying to trick others into clicking on nasty stuff, like gore or some kind of creepy edit. And once you fell for it, you couldn't unsee it.
まあ少しは目が慣れてきちゃってるのかも。
Sorta. And they call you the greatest paladin in all of Baselard, lol. I don't PK though. PK stands for player kill. In other words, it's when you go around in MMOs killing randos and stealing their golden gear, so typical DQN stuff. You tip trolling. I'm no troll, and I don't stoop to their level either. And just in general, I try to avoid breaking ESO's rules. It goes against my policy. Well, except for the rules that prohibited RMT. I broke those all the time. Foohee. New tip, calm your tits. Oh, so I'm sure you've heard of New Gen, right? Question mark? New Gen, what was that? Had you ever mentioned it before? Grim was talking like I should have already known about it. The hell is New Gen? New Generation Madness. People call it New Gen online. It's the name for the mysterious set of incidents happening in Shibuya. It's all up in your neighborhood, lol. Oh, now that he'd mentioned it, I did feel like I had heard about it somewhere. Though, all I knew was that they existed. I hadn't looked into them at all. Oh, Dilliwood. I tried googling New Gen and instantly got a few results. Madness explodes in today's youth. Late at night on September 7th. But it's like in a month from now. Group suicide. Ugh. Use the flesh under their fingers, marks on their hands.
この1ヶ月の間に渋谷で発生した2つの事件のことをニュージェネと呼ぶ。その犠牲者は胎児を含めて7人。
And she didn't come back in a month. That would be funny. Including a fetus. Ugh, that's a lot of blood. The group dive. Ugh. Abdomen. Man's body. Man's into pregnancy.
2つ目の事件では男性の体内から胎児が出てきた。
Man, the body markers are... There's just like nothing there. I guess these are evidence markers, but extreme, yeah. Second one, a fetus was found inside a man's body. A chill ran down my spine. Before I'd even realized it, I turned around and was looking around my room again. No, don't do that. It'll just make you even more scared. There are a bunch of results for New Gen on Taboo News, so I went to skim through them. Nippon. New Generation Madness, the incidents that had the entire internet in an uproar. There had been 2 of them so far. One of them was so brutal, several TV channels didn't even describe the crime out loud. The first incident, the group dive, had been initially thought to be a suicide, but rumors had since risen that it may not have been. Parents and friends of the 5 victims all said the same thing. None of the victims had shown any signs of planning to commit suicide, and they hadn't had any reason to do so either. And on top of that, some physical evidence had been found too. Had a quick look. Well, new tip, creepypasta. Well, like something out of a creepypasta, right? You shit yourself yet? Not really, I don't care, TVH. Here. Good old Daisuke. Take a look at this little... Oh no. Gore. It's a photo. I'm gonna half look away. What is it?
グリムのやつ、僕をバカにして楽しんでるな。
He did stuff like this from time to time. Oh, are we not gonna click on it? Oh no, we're gonna click on it. But if I wanted to keep up my reputation as the great neatheart of Baselard, I couldn't let it faze me. Unlike in the real world, I was a god in the world of ESO. I was the strongest, wisest, and most noble knight in all the land. Mocking me would be a fool's errand. Name checks out, yeah. And so, gathering up whatever courage I had, I clicked on the link. Okay. Ah. Oh. It was just some shitty doodle. Actually, we did, in the opening movie, we saw an image similar to this, right? With us, the main character. But I like the eyes. Pretty grim stuff, NGL. Oh. What is it? A picture of one of the victims' corpses. Lamau, I got baited. Who did this? Ha ha ha. I drew it in like 2 minutes. Salute. Damn, the god of art finally shows himself to us mortals, Raffle. Anyway, NGL, I'm dead tired, so I think I'm gonna go pass out. GN, good night. See you tomorrow in Baselard. Grandma's left the room. Oh yeah. Come to think of it, that Shogun guy had been here the whole time. I'd completely forgotten about him. Not that I cared, though. Well, I don't really feel like sleeping yet, so I guess I'll farm in ESO for a bit. Wait, no. The new episode of Bloodtoon comes out today. I didn't have a TV in my room, so I just made do with my PC.
あと15分ぐらいか。その前にトイレでも行っておこうかな。
Where? I was gonna say... Where does he go to the restroom if he's just living in a storage unit, but... Is he gonna leave the storage unit, or... Stop. Building toilet, I guess. I took a quick look at Seira next to my monitor. I'd get to see Seira-tan today. I couldn't wait. With that, the trigger me already now. I don't wanna... I mean, I know I brought it up, but... With that on my mind, I made my way over to close the chat window.
あれ?
Shogun has posted an image. Oh no, is this one gonna actually be gore? Huh? Shogun had sent a message. Are you gonna click on it?
急に
So he wasn't just a lurker? Judging by the file extension, it looked like an image link. Yeah. A sudden link posted by a suspicious stranger that hadn't sent a single message until now. I gulped instinctively. I couldn't explain why, but I had a bad feeling about it. A feeling unlike anything I had ever felt in all my time on the internet. I really didn't want to click it. Don't click it. I clicked my tongue and glanced at the clock. My rendezvous with Seira-tan was in 12 minutes. I should probably get this conversation over with quickly. New tip, bait and switch. Lol? What kind of bait and switch is this? Oh no, German? I cannot... I have no idea how to pronounce German. Saying something. Whoa, what's with the German, lol? I was trying my best to act calm and casual. To be honest, I really didn't want to chat with a shady guy like this. I was so uncomfortable that I could feel a cold sweat forming. He was saying something like, the world changes if you click it? Seriously, what was his deal? And if the guy only spoke German, I definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him. Oh, sorry for startling you. Huh. So he could actually speak normally. I relaxed a little bit. Don't worry, you're fine. Any reason for lurking? Did someone give you the you need to lurk for 6 months before posting spiel? I was thinking... By the way, where are you chatting from? For some reason, there was a short pause. Shibuya. Same place as us. And the incidents, I guess. All at once, images of those gruesome new-gen incidents flashed through my head. Even though I hadn't actually seen any photos, I could picture them so vividly that it was almost like I'd been there myself. The man's torn-up stomach, the lifeless fetus shoved inside, the 5 people that dove off the building, instantly turning into pulpy, inhuman puddle upon hitting the ground. Just thinking about it was almost enough to make me puke. I shook my head violently, as if to shake the gruesome delusion out of my head. This Shogun guy was so suspicious. I couldn't stop the paranoid delusions from forming. What was he trying to drag me into? Same here. Looks like a lot of weird incidents have been happening lately, huh? More are coming. That's so ominous. Shibuya's so scary. Why is he acting like cutesy? Hello, Kit. Welcome. What's that? Huh? Found to the power of 10 times int power of 40 equals LR2. New tip Denpa. Was this Shogun guy some sort of Denpa nut job? I'd never seen that formula in my life. And when you were as smart as me, that was saying something. Dude, I tried looking it up. In this day and age, there was all sorts of information on the internet, so it'd be easy to find. Was he trying to act smart by typing some nonsense formula? Fuck if I knew. That formula has killed this world's possibilities. Huh. What are you trying to say? And what was that link from earlier? Should I just take the bait already? Lol. I thought it might interest you. Oh, there's multiple. They're different. 492. Oh, he's still going. Why are there so many? I'm scared. That's a lot of images. It repeats an edgy headshot. All of a sudden, the chat was flooded with links. Just who was this guy? Was he just trying to scare me for shits and giggles? Maybe he was a friend of Grimm's and they teamed up to mess with me. Stop looking behind you. You're just gonna get more scared. You're making me scared. Like we're gonna turn around and then something will be there. Feeling the gaze again, I took a look around the room. But surprise, surprise, all that was behind me was darkness and clutter as per usual. I was hit with an unnatural sense of dread. The feeling of perpetually being watched left me feeling restless. Don't. Okay. And upon saying that, I realized that my voice was trembling. It was almost like the cluttered room I knew so well had transformed into someplace completely foreign. If you've ever had to go to the bathroom at night after watching a horror movie or listening to a ghost story or something, you may know the feeling of being unnerved or even terrified by the dark hallways of your own home. That was close to how I felt right now. In spite of my shuddering, I faced the monitor, leaned in, and are you gonna click on the links? Okay, I'm half looking. Before I knew it, with the slightest twitch of my index finger, I clicked on one of the links. Okay. I really had no clue how it happened. It wasn't like my hand had been possessed by some unnatural force or something. I just sort of done it without thinking. But even though I knew full well that it'd be a mistake, I clicked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The image that filled my monitor looked like some kind of modern art piece. I see he's also like looking away right now. Okay, I guess we're gonna look at it again soon. An arrangement of spikes, like the quills of a hedgehog or pins in a pincushion, protruded from the wall in the shape of a cross. Below it, a puddle of dark red. And in front of it were small pieces of something scattered across the ground like garbage. Seriously, what even was this? The work of some pretentious avant-garde artist? Those sorts of idiots were all over the place. They'd make gory stuff like this, then spout some bullshit like, it depicts the latent chaos oft laid bare in this cruel world. No way in hell I'd ever consider that shit art. Still, what a weird image. It hadn't explicitly been gore, but it was definitely borderline. So then why? Why had it seemed so graphic? Why had it seemed so realistic? Ugh. Why was I imagining the stench of blood? And why was that stench so strong that it nearly made me choke? It was all in my head, so why did I feel sick to my stomach? I felt a sharp throbbing pain in my forehead. The nausea wouldn't go away. I desperately reached for my mouse, but my trembling hand knocked it off the desk, leaving it dangling above the floor by its cord. I reeled it back up to the mouse pad and then, finally, closed the image. Okay. But, just as I thought it was finally over, my eyes were struck by what? Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh, he said the thing. Sonome, dare no me. I glanced at the minimum attendance chart. New tip up. In the end, I hadn't managed to catch the new Bloodtoon episode live. No big deal though, someone had upped it to YouTube after the fact, so I'd been able to just watch it there. I still didn't feel any better though. Yeah. Those last words Shogun had left behind. It was almost as if he knew about God's gaze and how much it terrified me. It was way too specific for it to just be a coincidence. Maybe someone had leaked some info about me online. Maybe it was another ESO play with a grudge against Needheart or something. Emotional support cat ready? No, she's not in the room right now. I have a plushie though. Prodigies like me got a lot of love, so naturally they also got a lot of hate. Well, most haters out there were just jealous. You wouldn't see them around much, but every once in a while, some child would try to start shit because he was jealous of Needheart's strength and popularity. They weren't worth anyone's time. But we've gone off topic now. Anyway, yeah, that Shogun guy really got to me. Earlier I tried logging on to ESO to grind for a little while, but I just couldn't concentrate. And to make matters worse, of all days for this to happen.
最悪の日だ。
Okay. On top of everything else that had happened, I also had to go to school today. Wow, school! Okay. I seriously didn't want to go, but if I didn't follow the minimum attendance sheet to a T, my calculations would get completely thrown off. Worst case scenario, I'd even have to repeat the year.
眠いのに。
Aw. I'd stifled a yawn and started trudging off toward school, a trip that was about 10 minutes from my base on foot. As soon as I started walking, my mood sank even lower. My body grew heavy, and I found it strangely hard to breathe, causing me to break into an uncomfortable sweat. This is what always happened on school days. Going to school was pure suffering. Why did I have to go through this? Grumbling to myself with my eyes fixed on the pavement, I kept walking. I turned to enter Shoto Park. The school was just past it. Hang on. Okay. Over by the lake, an elderly couple was taking their morning stroll. Nearby, a businessman sat on a bench, reading the sports section of the newspaper. For a park on the outskirts of a bustling city like Shibuya, it was surprisingly calm. Definitely a great place to relax. I took a seat on another bench nearby. Before heading into school in the morning, I always came here to eat breakfast. I gazed out toward the peaceful pond, the water surrounded by trees with off-color leaves, their hues slowly changing as autumn rolled in. As per usual, today's menu was just a cream bun that I'd picked up from the convenience store on the way here. It'd be enough to tide me over until later tonight. I always skipped lunch. Aww. Nobody wanted to eat lunch with an otaku freak like me, and there was no way in hell I'd eat alone when surrounded by people eating and chatting together. After washing down my breakfast with some cola, I began staring up at the sky absent-mindedly. No matter the season, the sky above Shibuya was always pretty bleak. My parents only lived a few train stations away, but there was still a clear difference between eating here and there. Don't get me wrong, I didn't especially mind the bleak sky, but I also couldn't really explain why. I glanced at my watch to check the time. Eating alone is great? I do enjoy eating alone too, but I kinda get what he means, you know? I needed to get going or I'd be late. I had to avoid that outcome at all costs. I only came to school 2 or 3 times a week, so I had to keep a low profile. To make it through school, I had to blend in, to become invisible like the air. The type that chats while eating? It depends. Usually no, I think. The ideal school day was one where nothing happened, one where I didn't have to deal with any of my teachers or DQN classmates. That was the ultimate goal I shot for, and it would continue to be until the day I'd finally graduate. This was Suime Private Academy, the school I went to. Apparently, it had only been built around 10 years ago, so it didn't exactly have a rich history or anything like that. Since it still looked brand new, it made a pretty good setting for high school TV shows. Ah, I see. Is here either? We haven't seen any sprites, any character sprites yet, so I'm still mildly concerned that they're gonna just be wearing swimsuits. But, on top of that, the school uniforms had apparently been designed by some famous designer. A ton of shallow-ass girls enrolled just so that they could wear it. I mean, cute uniform. Cute uniform is cute. And while they called it a prep school, most students here didn't score much higher than the national average. Even more ironic, though, was that the school slogan was, "Here you'll be free," and yet the school rules were actually really strict. Then again, they never actually bothered enforcing those rules. So I guess the slogan wasn't really wrong in the end. I mean, I barely ever showed up and I passed my classes just fine. If you could get away with that, you could probably get away with anything. As I closed in on the school, I could hear the other students more and more clearly. Okay, actually, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. But let me leave a poll. I thought of a question earlier today. Okay, I will be right back. Hello. I've returned. Okay. I see majority says no. I also do not like raw broccoli. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh, it's 50-50 now. But yeah, I never eaten it like uncooked before. But then there was one time I was at like a gathering and someone brought like a fruit and veggies like tray thing. And there was raw broccoli there, so I gave it a try, but I really did not like it. I never want to have it again. I see yes is in the lead now. Wow. But okay, wait, let me drink some water first. But are they gonna be talking about the murders? Oh, I wasn't good at dealing with crowds, so I just kept my head low as I slipped through the gate. Do you throw out the stuff you don't like, or do you finish it and never eat it again? Depends. Depends on what it is, I guess. I mean, there were, you know, other people there at the gathering, so it wasn't like up to me to finish the broccoli. So I just tried my piece and then, yeah. I think I only took like one piece of broccoli, and so I just ate it. I guess it depends. If I really don't like something, I guess I would like spit it out, maybe. Like into like a napkin or something, but I think usually I would just eat it and then not get any more. But I've seen people eat a whole raw broccoli. That's crazy. Nobody talked to me. Nobody talked to me. I repeated those words in my head like a mantra. My younger sister also attended this school, though she still lived with my parents. Run into her, and any perfectly fine day could turn it into a nightmare. Luckily, I hadn't run into her this time. I made it to class safe and sound. I rushed over to my seat, being extra careful not to make eye contact with anyone. I could feel a nearby group of girls shoot a glance at me, but thankfully they went right back to chatting afterward. They all thought I was a freak. I was sure of it. Well, for my... Oh. If you think I'm a freak, then don't look at me. Just pretend like I'm not here. Don't acknowledge me at all. If you all just do that, then I won't bother you either, and I can go about my day in peace. That's why it always confuses me when I see DQNs calling people freaks. I just don't get it. If you think they're such a freak, then why even bother talking to them? Just stay in your corner and they'll stay in theirs. Regardless, I was just sitting there looking down at my desk when...
Yo, Taku.
Oh. Are they talking to us? Someone suddenly clapped me on the back. Startled, I turned to look behind me. Oh. I like the hair. Piercing. New music too. Misumi-kun. It was Misumi Daisuke, one of my classmates. He shot me a friendly smile from beside my desk. The guy was pretty handsome, so all the girls were into him. But he was also into them, and dated them. A lot of them, usually multiple at a time. Oh, well that's not very good. Yeah, OST. It's nice. If it were up to me, I'd steer clear of him, but...
相変わらず暗い顔してんな。ゲームのやりすぎで寝不足か。
Grim.
別に。
He was the only person in the class who was comfortable talking to me. Though we had absolutely nothing in common, so I had no idea why he bothered. I've been suspicious about it ever since the school year began. If I were a girl, I could maybe understand, but since I was a guy, it made no sense to me.
引きこもりだからしゃあねえかもしんねえけどよ。もっとこうハキハキ答えろって。
I would if I could. Just the act of talking to another 3D human being was painful. Anxiety made it hard for me to speak naturally. My lack of experience made it hard for me to articulate things. And I was always afraid of being teased for saying something weird. That was why I always shrunk back. You have no idea how much pain I'm going through, so please don't talk like you know me. Also, I'm not a goddamn shut-in. Real shut-ins stay in their rooms 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I'm not like that.
女相手に緊張するならともかく、そういう態度されると俺らホモと思われるじゃねえか。
I mean... Wait, was he just dating girls as a cover? Had he been into guys all along? I tried to back away from him, nearly falling out of my chair in the process, but I quickly grabbed onto my desk to catch myself. What a reaction.
何してんだお前。
The hell are you doing, dude?
三角君はホモなの？
なわけねえだろ。お前俺の女好きを忘れたのか？
だよね。ビビった。
ちなみに
What is his face? Misumi-kun took a quick look around and lowered his voice and grinned from ear to ear.
昨日このクラスの女子で3人でした。誰だか聞きたいか？
いいよ、別に。
だよ、もっと興味示せよ。田中だぜ、田中。
田中って誰？
お前、もうすぐ10月だっての。未だに同じクラスのやつの顔覚えてねえのか。
I mean, if he only goes to class like a few times a week, so I guess it's like half the time ish. Visibly frustrated, he shrugged his shoulders and let out a sigh. Well, interestingly enough, he never insulted my taste in girls, which was, to put it simply, that they had to be from the second dimension. But he never called me a freak for that. Just didn't bother with things that didn't interest him. That was what made me think he may not have been all that bad. That was also probably the reason why I didn't mind talking to him.
これでうちのクラスの可愛い女はほぼ攻略完了だ。そろそろ隣のクラスの守備範囲広げようかって思ってんだよ。
This guy. Okay, maybe he was pretty bad. If a girl overheard some of the shit he said, she'd be horrified.
D 組によ、めったに学校来ねえけど、すごくいい女がいるらしいんだよ。
A real hot one.
なんかそういう燃えねえか。あ、お前の場合は燃えるんじゃなくて燃えだっけか。
Are you talking about 2D? Let's not. Whatever.
ま、お前の興味ねえ話はそろそろやめるか。
Okay.
ニュージェネの話、
Oh.
知ってるだろ。
The killings. I hadn't expected to hear those words come out of his mouth. And here I thought he was only capable of thinking about girls. I couldn't even picture him watching the news or reading the newspaper.
集団ダイブの事件さ。あれも噂によると殺人らしいぜ。
へえ。
マジだって書いてあったんだよ、スポ島に。
Sports Tokyo. Source. New tip. What, so his source was Sports Tokyo? That kinda erased any and all credibility. Still, I'd already known about that rumor, not that I'd cared.
で、聞いて驚け。その殺人鬼が女で、しかもかなり美人だって目撃証言があんだよ。
女。
Watching Misumi-kun get so excited, it finally hit me. Why did he suddenly care enough to read Sports Tokyo? Same reason he cared about anything else, something to do with girls. What a twist. I guess Misumi-kun would even go after serial killers as long as they were cute. I mean, if it were me, I'd take a cute 2D serial killer, but... I can fix it. Misumi-kun stared longingly at the blue sky outside the window. Then, for some reason, his face suddenly lit up as if he'd reached enlightenment itself.
どんなやつなんだろうな、犯人って。本当に美人なのかな。
Do you? Do you
会って
really?
みて
Yeah. This dude,
俺だけは殺されねえ自信があんだよな。だってほら、俺ってかっこいいだろ。いくら連続殺人鬼でも、俺みたいないい男に会ったら、コロッと惚れちゃうぜ。
nice guy. The confidence. And that's why she wouldn't kill you? This guy was so delusional that he gave me a run for my money. The fact that he was able to say all that without even a hint of irony was honestly pretty gross.
僕は興味ないから。
でもよ、興味ないっつったって、犯人は絶対この辺うろうろしてんだぞ。どっかですれ違ってたりするかもしんねえし。
Yeah, well, for all I know, you could be the murderer. Okay, probably not. But it was entirely possible that the killer could be one of the students at this very school. Oh, new tip, PTSD. If that turned out to be true, maybe I'd use my PTSD as an excuse to come in less often without hurting my attendance.
なあ、今日俺と一緒に殺人現場見に行かね。ここから歩いて行けんだってよ。まだ血とか残ってるらしいぞ。
Blood. I had absolutely zero interest in doing that. I just wanted to get through school in peace, go home, greet Seira-tan, and get back to being worshipped like a god in base life.
もう小橋と長谷川は見に行ったって言ってたしな。
本当に興味ないんだ。
Oh, oh, oh! Oh! What's this? I felt bad about turning Misumi-kun down since he seemed so excited about it, but I really did not want to go. Did not want to go. But even though I was trying my hardest to refuse, he just wasn't listening. Wait, should I, one. Let me save, just in case. We'll probably get another chance to save before, so. Okay, and I guess we'll just save over I'll save over this. I don't think that choice was that important. Well. But what if, you know... No, it's pretty close to the start. It's fine, it's fine. There is a skip feature also, so if we really want to get back to that choice, we can just skip to it from the start. But even though I was trying my hardest to refuse, he just wasn't listening.
そしたら犯人とばったり会っちゃったりしてな。犯人は犯行現場に戻ってく
The
る
murder.
ってよく言うだろ。
I mean, I just saw. Actually, where did I even see that? Oh, I think it was in the Committee of Zero, the like patch notes. They were talking about how there was an issue with the skip feature, so they fixed it. But
で、次はタクがターゲットにされるんだ。死をもって罪を償うみたいな。罪状はそうだな。
僕は引きこもりじゃ。
disappeared. Taking some offense at Misumi-kun's choice of words, I almost snapped back at him. But I quickly decided against it when I considered the possibility that he might get upset at me. So I just bit my lip and turned away. And when I did, I noticed that there was something written on the blackboard. At first, I didn't really care enough to read what was written there. My mind only registered the fact that something was written there and not what it was. But the longer I gazed at it, the more I realized something was wrong. Is it the drawing from the image Grim sent us, or... Before I knew it, I was out of my chair.
ちょっとどいて。
おい、どうしたんだよ。
Ah! Whose eyes are those eyes? I pushed Misumi-kun aside and rushed over to the blackboard. The instant I realized what it said, I felt my heart stop. Sonome, dare no me. Whose eyes are those eyes? Those were the words I said to myself whenever I felt God's gaze. I never said them out loud before. I hadn't told anyone about them either. Not even Misumi-kun. It didn't matter how often I used it. There was no way anyone in this class could know about that phrase. So who? Why? How? Oh, I quickly turned around and scanned the room. The only person paying any attention to me was Misumi-kun. The rest were talking to their friends, reading manga despite manga being against the rules, or sleeping on their desks. Then who? Who had written it? And when? Dun dun dun. Had it been there the whole time? Since before I'd even entered the classroom? I couldn't remember. It wasn't like I ever paid any attention to the blackboard anyway.
なあ、どうしたんだ?
Misumi-kun walked up to me, grabbed my shoulder, and gave me a good shake.
聞いてる? おーい、タク.
It didn't matter who'd written it. It had to be a coincidence. It must have just been a common phrase or something. It was just a stupid, pointless scribble. Yeah, that had to be it. Oh, I tried to convince myself of that, but it was still freaking me out. I still had no clue who'd written it. I'd have to ask everyone in the class to figure that out. I didn't have anywhere near that kind of courage. Oh, the change in music. Immediately after I thought that, homeroom began, and my teacher came in the room. His eyes immediately zeroed in on the words written on the board, and with a quick, "Come on, who wrote this?" he grabbed the eraser and wiped them all away. Oh. We going home? For some reason, I was still a little creeped out, but I tried to just carry on like always. Shibuya 107. If I let myself get any more scared, I'd probably start thinking that someone was deliberately targeting me. But that was ridiculous. It was just coincidence. In the end, I had to keep telling myself that until school was over. And when it finally was, I headed toward my usual internet cafe. Programmers wanted. For an indoor person like me, At Cafe was the only hangout spot I enjoyed. Being at the center of Shibuya and all, there were plenty of 3D DQN women and office drones occupying it, but since the rooms were all private, that wasn't an issue. Shady Corp. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, programmers wanted free training, now only 500,000 yen to apply. Become a manager today, Shady Corp. So yeah, that's like, 5,000-ish USD. I guess more like, maybe like 3,500 with today's exchange rate, but... As for the room I was in, it was the one I always reserved, room 37, located way in the back. It was pretty inconvenient to get refills, but since very few people ever reserve rooms near the back, it was nice and quiet. Once or twice a week, I'd come here on my way home from school to log on to my other ESO account. I see. Needhart was essentially a celebrity, so this was my way to just relax and enjoy the game. While I did love being treated like a hero all the time, it sure did take its toll. Oh, we're in the game. New tip avatar. That was why I'd made another avatar. This one was a female character named Liselette. I hadn't accomplished anything big with her. I'd mainly just made her to help Needhart look even better by comparison. Tip Guild. I played for about 3 hours to blow off some steam doji. I then had some fun messing around with my guildmates while talking about hardcore dojins and other random shit. By the time I'd left the cafe, it was already around 9 p.m. There were even more DQNs around this time of night. They lined the streets like they owned the place, stuffing their faces with greasy-ass hamburgers as they let out the most disgusting laughter imaginable. Just looking at them made me want to puke. What was especially bad? If you just so much as looked at them the wrong way, they'd immediately come and beat the shit out of you. Fucking savages. They weren't human, they were animals. Not fit for civilized society. Just throw them in a slaughterhouse or something. Seriously. Well, I say that, but there's no way I could hope to ever stand up to them myself, so there was no point in trying. Regardless, it was time to get the hell out of Center Guy. On my way back from that cafe, I always dropped by Manga Darake, which was pretty close by, or Animite, which was a bit further off. Mandarake, Animate. I decided to check out Animite today, so I headed toward the station's south exit. Down that path, there was an instant drop in the number of DQNs. Man, Center Guy was complete and utter chaos. Just walking through it brought me nothing but pain and suffering. I'd never set foot there again if I could help it. I wish the whole place would just get blown to smithereens. Except at Cafe and Manga Darake, of course. Alright then, time to go browsing for some comics, doujins, or whatever else catches my eye. Oh yeah, that's right. The Bloodtoon Volume 5 DVD was coming out soon. Was it available for pre-order yet? If so, I definitely need to get that one nailed down. Before I knew it, I found myself in an alleyway in Mariyamacho, the same alley I always took back home from Animite. Hang on, let me save again real quick. And then... I was about to press backspace. 1. Save. And I want to read through the tips. Real quick. I've unlocked quite a few. Immersion broken. Are they... They're out of order. I guess actually this is this the order we unlocked them in? Maybe they were. Yeah, okay. Guy, Japanese word used here as a suffix meaning street. The word dori can also be used in this way. Dojin, short for dojinshi, the Japanese term for self-published works. The most popular being media associated with otaku such as manga or light novels. They are most often sold at various conventions or online. Yeah. Guild. When used in online games, it refers to a particular group of players that centers around a single leader. These groups are akin to small communities where users can chat and adventure together. Some guilds are so tight-knit that they organize offline meets in order to see each other in real life. Avatar, a character used to represent an internet user on websites, chat rooms, online games, and other online communities. PTSD. Short for post-traumatic stress disorder. From the DSM-4 Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th edition, published by the American Psychiatric Association in 1994, a mental condition caused by the severe psychological shock of an accident, disaster, crime, or other intense stressor. It induces several stress-related symptoms, including emotional instability, insomnia, confusion, and vivid flashbacks. These symptoms are often triggered in response to stimulus that is similar to the original trauma. A patient must experience these symptoms for over a month in order to be diagnosed with PTSD. Source. The origin of a person's information, be it a document, news article, historical materials, etc. Due to the large amount of false information present on online forums, it is important for a poster to provide the source if they want to be trusted, often referred to on the internet as sauce. For example, where's the sauce, i.e. where's the source of that? Up. Netsling, short for upload. Denpa, a term used to refer to individuals who act or speak in a way that is commonly regarded as incoherent, nonsensical, or disconnected from the world around them. The term comes from the Japanese word denpa, which translates literally to electromagnetic waves. This is because people in this category often believe that they are hearing voices, thoughts, or instructions in their head via electromagnetic radiation. DW. Short for don't worry. Bait and switch. A type of media in which a person is baited into believing that what they see will be one thing, only for it to be swiftly switched out for something else. The most popular form bait and switch takes is when an internet user believes they are clicking a link to something they're looking for, only for it to lead to something wholly undesirable. These can involve any number of things from jump scares, shock sites, and, most often associated with the term, videos used to prank the user in a made-you-look style fashion. When exposed to enough bait-and-switch type media, the user may come to suspect anything and everything they come across. In some cases, they may even be too suspicious to take any action at all, and therefore leave the link entirely alone. That reminds me, back in the day, watching YouTube videos, a lot of times there was like something scary at the end, So I got in the habit of always reading comments first for videos before watching them. Like, it'd be like a cute animal video or something, and then at the end. So, but, O/. An ideograph depicting a person waving. The O is the head, and the / is the arm, typically used as a greeting or farewell. It can also be used to show agreement, as if the user is raising their hand, typically pronounced as O. Creepypasta. Internet stories written to frighten or unsettle the reader. Portmanteau of the words creepy and copypasta. Copypasta is in and of itself a portmanteau of copy and paste, and it refers to specific blocks of text that are copied and shared all over the internet, especially on message boards such as @channel. Creepypastas, however, stick specifically to horror. They often feature grisly murders, suicide, hauntings, and various other occult occurrences. Crude way of telling someone to calm down. Trolling, netsling, to post controversial opinions or false information for the purpose of provoking a reaction. A person who does this is called a troll. Did you read creepypasta for Halloween? I don't know. I don't know. I was never really, into them or anything, so, but. Lurker, netsling, an online user who browses a website without ever posting on it. That trigger nightmares? I have no idea. If it's scary enough, maybe. I feel like I'm more of a visual learner, though. It's like, if I hear something or read something, it usually wouldn't affect me that much. More visuals that get me. Can be tested. I mean, if I ever in the future do that things to read out loud or whatever stream, you could put a creepypasta in there, I guess. But libido. According to Sigmund Freud, libido is the energy that causes sexual impulses. Carl Jung, meanwhile, defines it as the body of energy that drives all instincts. NGL. Netsling, short for not gonna lie, used to express that your statement is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Often utilized in order to soften a statement or when admitting to something that may not be the most flattering. Yeah. Girl. School swimsuit. Swimsuit is designated for school purposes and primarily in physical education classes throughout elementary school, middle school, and high school. In this circumstance, however, it is referring specifically to those worn by women. School swimsuits may be further classified according to color and type. Even now, our fierce debate rages on between enthusiasts about whether or not competition swimsuits should be considered school swimsuits. Lol. Short for laugh out loud. By inserting lol into the middle or at the end of a sentence, the speaker can convey that they find the situation humorous. On message boards, typing them out in succession lol allows users to strengthen the expression or to indicate that they're mocking another user, e.g. haha lol, sure lol. Variants include lamau, laughing my ass off, or raffle, rolling on the floor laughing. Handle, an alias used by someone on an online service, AAK, Short for sleep at keyboard, used when someone has fallen asleep or become unresponsive while logged into a game or chat room. And related term is AFK, meaning away from keyboard. Otaku, the Japanese word for fanatic, nerd, enthusiast, or hobbyist. An all-encompassing term for people with an obsessive interest in a particular topic. Most often refers to fans of anime, manga, and video games, but there are also train otaku, military otaku, electronics otaku, etc. While the word may have held negative connotations in the past, it has become far less negative over time, with many otaku reclaiming the term as a badge of honor. SNS. Social networking services, also known as social networks, are community-oriented websites that come in a variety of formats, such as registration-based, invite-only, and more. Websites such as these are designated to facilitate easy communication between readers. RMT, short for real money trading, the act of exchanging fictional items that appear in MMORPGs and other online games for real currency. This is only possible in games that contain a system that allows for the exchange of items. There are many common issues present in the RMT community, especially fraud, so the practice has its pros and cons. Paladin. A holy knight. One of the classes a player can choose in ESO Empire Sweeper Online. It is characterized by its high defense, ability to use recovery magic despite being a warrior class, and its high resistance to the darkness attribute. However, players cannot change to this class unless they fulfill very specific requirements. It is said to currently be the strongest class in ESO. Moe. In otaku culture, it refers to feelings of affection, adoration, or excitement towards characters, typically female in manga, anime, video games, and other media. Also used to describe particular character traits including flaws like glasses, clumsiness, or ditziness. The term is often used interchangeably with the word cute or even as a verb, e.g., I mowed over an hour. Also used to refer to the culture of entertainment centered around things that are moe. Such media has become so popular that the term has entered the lexicon of otaku not only in Japan but across the world. Honorifics, Japanese. Yeah. Sankun chan tan jin. Okay. Sera Orgel. Fictional. The lead heroine of the anime Bloodtoon, the animation. Her signature catchphrase is, "You big dum-dum!" Sera is what one might call a tsundere childhood friend type character. She is 17 years old and a second-year student at Meteor Academy. She can transform into a magical girl using the power of Star, and she is typically accompanied by her mysterious familiar called Something. As is of a typical magical girl, she wields a magical staff she calls Samurai Condenser. Despite it being referred to as a staff, its appearance is far too brutal for it to be truly considered such. In reality, it is very clearly a giant metal rod. Sera will also use her staff for physical attacks on occasion, or to put it bluntly, she beats her enemies to a bloody pulp with it. Bloodtoon was originally a manga, but it recently received an anime adaptation. The anime is currently airing with a total of 26 episodes planned. Watakamagika reference. I think this is more like, what was it? Bloody Angel Dokuro-chan? Was that what it was called? Eroge. Those video games that have been popular ever since the late 1980s, featured mainly on PC. While they may be referred to as video games, the gameplay primarily consists of reading text. This text is often accompanied by character sprites backgrounds as well as special illustrations known as CGs, aka computer graphics. Genre involves player growing close to the main heroines. Yeah. Despite the adult content of the source material, several anime have been made based on these games, many of which have established a cult following. DQN, pronounced dokyun, used to refer to people who are stupid, antisocial, or delinquents. MMORPG, short for massively multiplayer online role-playing game, a role-playing game in which an unspecified number of players connect to a game world established on an online server and play simultaneously. It's in there. Is a different one? Chunibyo, literally 8th grade syndrome. A term referring to mindset exhibited primarily by adolescent males, also used as a derogatory term to refer to older people who still exhibit this mindset. Characterized by an affected attitude of nihilism or cynicism, antisocial behavior, fantastical delusions, and or a consuming fear of being treated as a child. The person exhibiting these symptoms believes that they are cool, and most adults will find it comical. Chunibyo, which is often abbreviated as chuni, also refers to the fictional tropes that teenage males tend to enjoy, such as ancient conspiracy, superpowers, especially powers sealed in a character's eye or arm, Norse mythology, battles for the fate of the multiverse, etc. The consummate chunibyo case will work such elements into their own personal backstory. Because chunibyo is the first word you find, yeah. Have you played any MMORPG? Not really. I think we had talked about this once on stream before, but Wizard 101. Club Penguin? Does Club Penguin count? I never really played any. Let me save again. Ah, right! Toontown! That's right. Just totally favorite RuneScape? I blinked a couple times to make sure that I wasn't just seeing things. I took a look inside my bag. Nothing inside but the usual, some textbooks and a handheld game system. I hadn't bought anything from Animate today. Might. Strange, normally I'd never leave Animate empty-handed. Well, whatever. I let out a sigh and continued walking. It shouldn't take me more than 15 minutes to reach my base from here. Got an update today or yesterday on Toontown? Really? I was only a short walk from the station. Oops, I did not. Why did I click? I didn't finish reading that line. It was only a short walk from the station, yet the dazzling neon lights and thick crowds had all but vanished. There were the occasional passers-by, usually older couples heading to love hotels or random businessmen heading home, but aside from that, the place was deserted. There were the occasional I just read that line. I clicked, but it didn't proceed. Hard to believe this was still Shibuya, home of the bustling... It said it was from just Dokyun. Should I just say it like that instead of saying DQN? Dokyun infested center guy. Apparently Toonfest is wild. Somehow it was already nighttime, and if that weren't enough, it was especially cloudy tonight, making it even darker than usual since the moonlight couldn't shine through. Graffiti. Is this the phrase that Shogun had typed into the chat? Or is it different? Maybe it's different. I'd walked down this dirty alley more times than I could count. Spooky. But for some reason, walking through it today, I couldn't help but feel as if I'd stepped into another world. The alley was the same as ever, but it felt like it was the first time I'd ever set foot in it. What's more, the stench of rotting garbage was lingering in the air. The moisture in the atmosphere was so thick that, if I hadn't known any better, I'd assumed that it'd just been raining. The air was like syrup on my skin.
Yeah, ちょっと待った。
What's gonna happen? I'm scared. Why did I say again? Has this happened before? Again. Oh, this one. Here we go again. Jamais vu. Hadn't I felt this sense of jamais vu before? Wait, how do you even say that? Actually, wait, let me. Oh wait, no. No. Okay, not escape key. I feel like I should like put something over the escape key. Let's see. But I wanted to go to tips list. Deja vu is the feeling of having experienced something before despite not having actually experienced it. It feels as if one is recalling a genuine past experience as opposed to an imagined experience or a dream. However, the individual undergoing this phenomenon is unable to recall when and where that experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strangeness. The cause of deja vu is yet to be determined. One theory is that it is a physiological phenomenon caused by an extremely rare temporary desynchronization of the recollection and storage functions of memory. The cause is theorized to be spasms in the brain's hippocampal gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity. Gyrus. There's also the opposite of deja vu, where one feels they have not experienced something despite having experienced it in the past. Oh, I see. Sound sees long side. I see. Yeah. But okay. Backspace. not escape. Oh, okay. It's me in real life as well as your weird feeling. Man, it's spooky. It's like getting my delusions mixed up with reality or something. That sounded like the kind of nonsense some expert psychiatrist would say on one of those TV talk shows. Well, whatever. The point was, right at that moment, I was feeling a strange sense of jamais vu. I feel like I need to... Let me Google how to pronounce. If it's gonna keep coming up, I feel like I should learn how to say it. It's deja vu, but didn't the entry say that they're like the opposite? Or, well... But, okay. Wait, let me mute the game audio for a second. Just in case. Really? Ah, there's an ad. Okay. Why? This video is like a minute long. I'm like 25 seconds in. They're just talking. Okay. Oh. Ah, jamais vu. Okay, jamais vu. And then quick message on. This is the video I was watching if anyone wants to also. So and then forgot But yeah, I've not seen jamais vu. But on top of that, what? I could feel a prickling sensation on the nape of my neck, a sensation I knew very well, the feeling of being watched from the heavens. Maybe someday. And I could say for sure that it was no delusion. It felt inescapable, as if, no matter where I went, the gaze would follow. There was no doubt in my mind. Somebody was watching me. That was just how powerful the sensation was. I desperately wanted to look behind me, but I challenged myself not to. It was a game that I played every once in a while, a test. I called it the "it'll take more than that to make me turn around" game. The aim of the game, obviously, was to avoid turning around. I played it when I heard a weird sound or felt like I was being watched. Whenever I felt the gaze, I tended to imagine some kind of insanely terrifying ghost or monster lurking behind me. Not like I'd ever actually seen anything in the past 17 years, though, even on the occasions when I'd lost my patience and turned around. Still, I'd always been able to have at least a little bit of fun with it. I'd listen to the wind, raise an eyebrow suspiciously, and say phrases ripped straight out of a manga. That was the only reason I did it, because it was fun. Definitely not because I was scared or anything. That's JoJo Part 4, right? I have not. I've only seen
貴様見ているな。
some of Stone Ocean.
その目誰の目？
Sonome dare no me. Said it.
なんちゃって。
Nanchatte. He gotcha. Okay, to be honest, I was really just trying to act calm. Before I knew it, I'd stopped dead in my tracks. I sensed a change in the atmosphere, paralyzing my body in place. I then noticed my face was soaked with sweat and my knees were shaking. Unable to take it anymore, I turned around. What is gonna be there? Which meant that I'd lost. But thankfully there was no one behind me, not even a car passing by or something. Oh, okay. So why did I feel so uneasy? Oh, I'm scared. The ringing in my ears ceased. I hadn't even realized it, but I'd been hearing some ringing sound this whole time. But still, until now, I'd been completely oblivious to it. And now that it was gone, I couldn't hear anything at all. For a place like Tokyo, this sort of sudden silence seemed completely unreal. It was the sort of perfect silence where you could hear a pin drop if you focused hard enough. So I closed my eyes and listened closely, just to see what I could hear. Okay. But I still couldn't hear anything at all. That was pretty strange. No, that was definitely strange. There were all sorts of things I should have been hearing. Trains running by, car horns in the distance. Some sort of small noise. So why did I hear nothing? Was something wrong with my ears? I felt compelled to shout just so I could hear something. I felt like I might go crazy otherwise. But I couldn't do it. The silence was deafening, but it made me fear what would happen if I broke it. Suddenly, a single sound resounded through the silent world. The crosses. I turned my head to look for the source, but instead I found a slew of shining objects scattered across the asphalt.
十字架？
Oh no, it's just like in the image. When I saw them, my body suddenly unfroze, and naturally, perhaps too naturally, I started moving toward them. I'd be scared. I would be so terrified if I heard across this spinning key. The second I hear the noise, oh my gosh, I don't even know what I would do. I don't even know. I would just be paralyzed. Why are you touching them? Driven by curiosity, I picked one up. It was made of metal with a long pointy end like a needle. I feel like we're gonna die. A stake? Or a nail, maybe? The spooky music. Whatever it was shaped like a cross, hence my initial confusion. It felt almost phantasmal, like it might float away at any moment. I tightened my grip on it. And the sound continued to reverberate faintly in the distance. A sound cold enough to send chills down my spine, repeating incessantly. Even so, I couldn't help but move towards its source. It was like I was in a trance. Was it just morbid curiosity? Or was I hoping that the noise would save me? That it would grant me salvation from this silent world? You know, this reminded me of that one German folk tale. What was it called again? Oh yeah, The Pied Piper of Hamelin. A story in which the sound of one man's pipe lured over 100 children into following him. I'm scared. The clinking sound refused to stop, and the farther I walked, the louder it got. It was coming from farther down the alley, past the corner on my left. I could already tell, if I turned that corner, I would be met with the source of that sound. No heart rate monitor. Man, maybe I should have done that for this stream. I mean, I didn't... yeah. In my mind, I was like, this won't be like a horror game. So I didn't even think about it, but... And yet, I never thought of turning back. Such a thought didn't even cross my mind. It was like my body was moving on its own. And so, I turned the corner, and my eyes were struck by... Oh, is it body? Murder? Crime scene? Red. A vibrant crimson shining through the darkness. That's so creepy. I don't like that. I don't like that. My first thought was, where have I seen this art piece before? And my second thought was, it doesn't look very realistic. Maybe I was so shocked that my brain wasn't processing things properly. Normally when I see something this terrifying, I'd freeze, scream like a little girl, and piss my pants all at once. Oh. I feel the chills. The work consisted of spikes arranged on a wall, like the quills of a hedgehog or pins in a pincushion. But when I looked closer, I realized the pincushion was leaking blood. So then, that meant that the puddle of crimson below it was blood. The feeble glow of a streetlight just barely reached it, causing the pool to gleam in the darkness. Scattered around, there were a few shining pieces of what looked like maybe. I couldn't really tell. I tried to gulp, and my throat had gone completely dry. Not a single drop of saliva to be found. And then, I realized. The thing that was nailed to the wall was a human corpse. A murder that was far too unnatural, far too brutal, far too immoderate. And the one who'd done it, the one who had nailed these stakes to the wall, was a single girl. As for how I knew that... I'm scared. It's because she was right there, standing in front of her art, holding a bundle of stakes in her blood-soaked hand. Oh wait, so the clanking noise is her driving the stakes into that person, huh? I could only see her back from here, so obviously I had no clue what she looked like. What I could tell, though, was what she was wearing, a Suimei Academy uniform. The stench of rotting garbage was intensifying, and I was hit with wave after wave of nausea. I put a hand to my mouth to stop myself from vomiting, but I was nearly at my limit. And then it suddenly dawned on me, the cause of my deja vu. The answer to the question, where have I seen this before?
あの時の将軍のリンク写真
Wait, what is it? It's so good. Okay. I just can't imagine you run heart rate monitor constantly. I mean, I guess I could. But, without meaning to, I said that out loud, without realizing how dangerous or even deadly that mistake could be. Yeah, champ, I'm okay. In response to my voice, her shoulders twitched slightly. And with that, she slowly turned to face me. Ooh. Okay, this is fine. I can look at this. In that moment, it was as if her gaze was piercing straight through me, such desolate eyes. But yeah, for the past bit, I've just been looking at the game through OBS. So the picture is smaller, and like on my second monitor, and just only looking at the text. But, yeah, she is cute. In that moment, it was as if her gaze was piercing straight through me, such desolate eyes. It's fast. She had just killed someone. Like, I'm scared it's gonna change to the other CG again, though, so I will look away. Yeah. At first, she seemed shocked, but her expression quickly changed into a somber smile, and then...
よかった
Oh, the light has returned to her eyes. She softly whispered those words. Thank goodness? Thank goodness... For what? And why was she smiling at me? I didn't understand. The questions kept piling up to the point where it sent a chill down my spine. Now panicking, I tried averting my eyes. The first thing that came to mind was, I don't want anything to do with this. I mean, for starters, I could hardly make eye contact with regular 3D girls, let alone psycho killers, and the police would be here soon, and I was hungry. And where the light of her eyes. That's why I should just go home. Yeah. I need to get out of here. As fast as humanly possible. If I don't, I'll go insane. Oh, she knows our name. Suddenly she called me by name, even though I never told her my name. Even though I'd never even met her before. You were? And as she looked at me, her lips twisted into a horrifically fearsome smile, almost like she was a demon. Horrifically. Screaming at the top of my lungs, I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. It hurt to breathe, but I didn't care. I just kept screaming and running as if my life depended on it. At one point along the way, I turned my head to look behind me, but she didn't seem to be chasing me. Oh, and we're back home. Scary. Scary. I've got like a bit of a cold sweat going on. I was completely winded. My lungs struggled to shovel air in and out, and my agonized panting echoed throughout my room. I plopped down in my computer chair. My body and clothes were completely drenched in sweat. What the fuck had just happened? Another one of my delusions? My nausea was becoming unbearable. Trying to alleviate it, I grabbed a cola from the fridge and chugged it as fast as I could. That delusion was way too realistic, even for my usual standards. And boy, was it gruesome. Too gruesome. Drink some water to calm down. I guess I could. Well, okay, I also do need to go to the restroom, so maybe I'll just take my restroom break now. Ooh, scary. I guess, yeah. I could set up the heart rate monitor too. Need to find it. I'm not sure where it is at this moment. Don't say that. Don't say that. Okay, I'll leave the broccoli poll up. Okay, IBRB. I'm back. Where is the heart rate monitor? Need to look for it. Thank you. How was your trip? Fine. As expected. Okay, is the strap for it? Where's the thing? My desk. It's a little messy. It's a little messy right now. Oh, here it is. Okay. A little. Yeah, I need to clean it up. I mean, my bed isn't covered by stuff at least. Okay. The other one? Okay. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh wait, I usually use my iPad for this, but it's really low on battery right now. Maybe I should go get the charger for it. Or actually, wait, let me use my phone instead. Wait, how do I? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Alright. I guess I didn't need to get my AirPods in. Alright, well, that's fine. Nice heart, thank you. Not the other. They're both fine. They're both fine. But, okay. Let me actually eat another cough drop. Okay. I was still out of breath. Could a simple delusion really do this to me? No, it definitely couldn't. I felt an uncomfortable sensation in my right hand. I'd been clenching my fist so hard my fingers had nearly turned white. I hadn't even noticed until just now. I slowly opened my hand, one finger at a time, all while my heart pounded like a drum. Are we still holding the cross, or did we let go of it? We're still holding it. Lying in the palm of my hand was a single stake. Don't do that! Terrified by the sight of it, I instinctively turned and threw it against the wall. That was the stake from before. Well, I definitely did pick one up off the ground earlier, but how was that even possible? Hadn't it all been just a delusion? I don't know. It can't be possible. It can't be. Don't stop looking around. Stop. Don't do that. I don't like that. At my wit's end, I started pacing around my room. I needed to figure out whether that nightmare had been real or just another delusion. Whoa, what I slipped on a CD case and lost my balance. In a panic, I reached out for something to keep myself from falling flat on the floor. I barely managed to find something to latch onto. No! The figures! Are they all gonna come falling down? But unfortunately, that something was my shelf of waifus. Oh no. Before I had the chance to regret it, it was already too late. No, not the figures. In the end, no matter how hard I tried, I wasn't able to stop myself from falling ass first onto the floor. And to make matters worse, several of my beautifully arranged figures came tumbling down on top of me. I would say that's the worst part of it. Is the paint okay? Were they scratched? You're not a Mr. Legendary Scream. Oh. Yeah, not the waifus. Ah, god damn it. This was the worst. Everything about this was just the worst. Every time the camera pans, it makes me so nervous. I let out a groan as I rose to my feet. I had to make sure my figures were safe. Oh no! The sword broke. Oh. It snapped clean in two. Why did it have to be one of the expensive ones? I paid a premium online for this. Oh no! It's the worst. I tried putting the two halves of the blade back together, but I'd never be able to fix it perfectly, even if I used glue. Any value it once had was now gone. I turned to my chair and kicked it out of sheer rage. Tears began to well up in my eyes. Oops, I didn't mean to scroll there. Why did I have to go through all this? What had I ever done to deserve this? I fell to the floor and just sat there for a while, heartbroken, staring dejectedly at my now swordless Ignistan. Don't think about it. You're gonna make me think about it. Once the storm of anger and confusion had passed, I found my mind filling with visions of her face along with that modern art I'd seen. I had actually been physically holding one of those stakes, which meant it couldn't have been a delusion. It had all been real. I really wanted to deny it, but there's no way I could. By tomorrow, it was sure to be all over the media. I really didn't want anything to do with this nightmare. There's no way associating with that girl, no, that demon, could bring anything but catastrophe for me. Hell, we'd only just met for the first time, and there had already been a disaster. After all, I'd brought home a critical piece of evidence from that incident, one of the stakes that had been used in the murder. I wouldn't be surprised if that on its own was enough to make me a suspect. That would have been a perfect turn to use since it's now scoring for his bloody. I guess so. And if things weren't already bad enough, that demon had seen my face. Well, they even knew our name too, so there was no way out of this mess. At this rate, that demon was going to. No, forget about that. For now, I should focus on getting things sorted in my head, for my own sake. If I valued my own life, I really needed to figure things out. Okay. Taking notes. Chat with Shogun. Whose eyes are those eyes? Mystery formula. Shogun, mystery girl. Mystery girl. Murder and demon.
あの写真は事件の予告メッセージみたいなものだったんだ。
Oh yeah, Shogun did say more will happen. Or something like that, right? Otherwise, there'd be no way the image could have matched up so perfectly with the crime scene. First, she'd edited that image together, then she'd recreated it in real life, right down to the finest detail. That was how the crime had happened. No. In her eyes, I bet it was more of a work of art than a crime. If it is German, maybe. She seemed like that kind of psycho, dedicated to finishing any job with nothing but sheer perfection.
頭がおかしいよ。でもどうしてそれを僕に。 そもそもあの女はナイトハルトが僕だってどうやって知った？僕の名前をどうやって知った？
What was I supposed to do? That demon would definitely come to kill me soon. If she already knew my name, email, and all that stuff, then there was a very good chance she knew my home address too. I curled up into the fetal position in my chair. The image of that twisted murder was etched into my mind. How could I stay calm when I could end up that way too?
死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない。
Okay.
大丈夫。
Who was saying this? Ah, Seraton. Seraton lay sideways on my desk, facing toward me with a smile. Oh, her.
タッキー、あなたはこの部屋に引きこもってればいいんだよ。したらあの悪魔だって手出しできないっしょ。そのうちに
Is this a
警察がう
delusion?
まく捕まえてくれる
Or
って。
this is a keyboard, isn't it?
それまでは誰も信じちゃダメ。誰の言葉にも耳を傾けちゃダメ。悪魔ってさ、人の心の隙間をついて
I mean, this is better
油断すん
than
の。
being at that crime scene, I guess, but
できるっしょ、タッキー。
でもセーラ、
逃げるが勝ちってよく言うし、三次元のことなんてきれいさっぱり忘れちゃえばいいさ。あなたには一切関係ないことだって思えば気が楽っしょ。関係ないこと考えたって無駄さ。いいこと教えてあげる。引きこもりって最強なんよ。だって誰にも会わないっしょ。つまり誰にも攻撃されない。これぞ最強の自己防衛方法なわけさ。
I mean, if someone breaks in,
だから
I guess we are living in a storage unit, which is like metal, but still.
そうかもしれない。
Just what I'd expect from my waifu. I could always count on her to give me the best advice. Having regained my peace of mind, I reached out my hand for Seraton, lightly grasping her by her slim waist. Even as our faces drew closer, her smile never wavered.
ありがとうセーラ、おかげで勇気が出てきた。そうだよ、三次元なんてクソくらいだ。あの悪魔だって僕みたいなキモオタのことなんて気にも留めてないさ。僕は安全だ。安心して毎日練習したり。
Don't call it out. I did see that it was rising too, but
でもさっき言ったみたく油断は禁物だぞ。
うん、分かってるよ。
I feel like something scary is gonna happen, and we'll be like disrupted, you know, from this. I couldn't trust anyone. I wouldn't listen to a single word they had to say. All I had to do was be cautious of everything in the 3D world. As long as I did that, everything would be just fine.
セーラにそこまで心配してもらえて僕は幸せだな。
That laugh.
さてと、それじゃ気分直しにエンスロット。
I'm scared. Are we gonna get a flashback or no? We're good. We chill. feel like we're gonna see something horrifying. I'm scared. Late into the night, the sound of a beautiful voice can be heard throughout Miyashita Park. It's this character! It was coming from a pedestrian bridge that crossed over Meiji-dori. A steady flow of cars passed underneath. You might choke on coffee after you speak. I feel like... Yeah. I mean... I might just accidentally, like, ingest it, but... In spite of this, the girl known as Fess showed no sign of being affected by the noise. She simply kept on singing, leaning back against the handrail of the bridge. On any normal day, if she were to sing on the street in public like this, she would surely attract hundreds of onlookers. But right now, nobody was listening to her sing. Our Fess was deliberately concealing her presence, blending into the stillness of the night. In this way, she could loiter quietly until the moon left the sky behind. By doing so, by becoming one with the darkness, she felt as if she could free herself from the corrupt atmosphere of Shibuya, if only for a moment. That's what Fess felt to be true. What are we looking at? Moon? Suddenly Fess looked up to the night sky. The clouds covering up were starting to clear up, little by little, leaving space for the moonlight to shine through in their wake. But sadly, any and all starlight was completely drowned out by the dazzling neon of Shibuya. Fess halted her song, then slowly reached her hand out toward the sky. Whose eyes are those eyes? Okay. About a day had passed, and I'd spent pretty much every hour of it in Base Lord. I'd hardly even made time to eat. I'd immersed myself fully into the role of Needheart, and in the process completely erased every trace of Nishijo Takumi. In ESO, I was an absolute god. No demon could ever strike fear into my heart, and I was respected by everyone. You know, I noticed it in the CG from earlier, where we were like seeing Seiratan on the keyboard, but I see on the figure too. I didn't notice it before. But, yeah. If only I could live in such a comfortable world for all eternity. I was certain I'd be far happier that way. She really does look like that pink-haired character. Notice what? What was... Wait, this is what it, Okay, yeah, never mind. Never mind. But angelic circlet, wow. Free. I'm scared. Is there gonna be scary text? Oh wait, can I control? Oh. Huh?
これは早速使わないと。装備
Oh wait, did I? For the win. Let's sleep over this now.
おー、キャラの見た目変わった。すげえ、これすげえ。見て見て、見ろってグリム。
Is someone knocking? So, why address? Images. Wishlist.txt. Passwords. Another Miku. Miku.mp3. Don't look back. Ooh. Something was put on the ground in celebration. Well, I guess that could be possible.
Huh?
Oh no. Chill out, Naidar. That laugh. Also, yeah, I remember seeing on that Reddit post where it was talking about it's like a guide to the Syad series, but Sister Centipede is apparently a reoccurring thing in the series that was like translated differently in some of the games, but I see it is here.
ちょっと町に戻って見せびらかしてこようかな。
お兄
Is it our little sister at the door? Finally, another legendary item to add to my collection. Naturally, I was stoked. My depression from earlier had been completely blown away. Oops. I need to stop doing that.
お兄ってば
The angelic circlet had a drop rate of 0.0001%. That is really low. It was so rare, some players thought it was unobtainable.
おーい開けろ
Well, its stats are shit, so it was pretty much just a cosmetic item. But that was good enough. People could tell you had an angelic circlet just by looking at you, which was enough to make anyone green with envy.
お兄
やった。ナイトハルトがまた一歩神に近
Answer the door!
こら開けろ
Shut up! Who the hell's been banging on my door for so goddamn long? Just when I'd finally managed to get a hold of a rare item, this happened. Couldn't a man enjoy his victories for 1 second?
バカ鬼
That voice. The moment I realized who it was, my mood instantly took a nosedive. There was no mistaking it. That was the voice of an assassin sent by my parents. My little sister, Nanami. What a pain in the ass. Why do you dislike her so
開
much?
けないとひどいんだからね
Well, shit. Here came the storm to rain on my parade. I really didn't want to let her in, but if I didn't, my parents would probably get on my case about it. Stop living alone and move back in with us, they'd say. I'd ignore them if I could, but my dad basically owned this building, so it'd take just a snap of his fingers for him to kick me out. Ah, this was the worst.
お兄
STFU. I swear, her voice was so shrill it could shatter glass. We're looking around. Oh, the zoom in. The banking just didn't stop. And since the metal walls were pretty thin, the sound echoed loudly all throughout the container. Nanami was well aware of that fact. In fact, that was exactly why she was doing it. I mean, I really don't like knocking noises. In the end, I had no choice. I reluctantly removed the padlock and opened the door. Okay. What you gonna look like?
あやっと出てきた
Legs. Oh, there you are. Man, their skirt is cute though. Oh, it's this one!
確認
Routine survival check. Yeah, we're alive! Yay! This baby-faced runt was my little sister. She was a year younger than me.
呼んでるんだから返事くらいしてよね。
Or 17,
お
right?
兄死んじゃったかもって思ったじゃん。
Of course, the first thing that came out of her mouth was bitching. Dang. And to make things worse, she was standing there with her hands on her hips. Like the bratty. Don't talk about your little sister that way. Spitting image of irritating. Her existence brought me nothing but suffering. Harsh.
うわ、相変わらず部屋の中汚。ちょっとは片付けなよ。
Wow, sunlight! Nanami just walked right on in without even asking. What the hell did she think she was doing? What, she thinks she could get away with whatever she wanted just because she was my little sister? And to think, there were people out there who seriously believed that little sisters were moe. I always wanted to tell those guys how much of an epic fail that was. Well, even though she was my sister, how long has it been since you saw sunlight? I saw sunlight just earlier today. Thank you very much. But as her older brother, I didn't care about that. I wasn't into her at all. As far as I was concerned, she was downright repulsive, not to mention immature. Just only 2D ones. Foo hee hee.
カビくさ。お兄の部屋って相変わらず不潔。掃除しろっていつも言ってるじゃん。どうしてしないの？まあ、どうせ掃除してくれる彼女なんかいないだろうし、お兄ってズボラだからこうなるのは目に見えてるけどさ。こうなったらやっぱりナナが掃除しに来てあげるしかないかな。
A new tip, but I refuse. Why is this a tip? Wait, not escape. 1. Let's save. Oh no, not load! Save. Save. Why is it not changing? Okay, save. Yes! Okay. Back. Tips list. Now, Nutsling short for the win used to express excitement about the subject. STFU, Nutsling short for shut the F up. Used when someone is being extremely annoying, but I refuse. Ah. A quotation from a popular manga about bizarre adventures on the internet is used frequently as a cool way to turn someone down. I see. Jojo? Question mark? Okay. Backspace.
なんでよ。
Actually, wait, what was... Oh, wait, do I need to press enter?
だが断る。
Oh, just... okay.
お前に部屋荒らされたくない。
きっとそれがわざわざ生存確認しに来てあげてる妹に言うセリフ。
Maybe things would change if you showed your older brother a little respect. And why should I be grateful that you're checking on me? I sure as hell didn't ask for that.
まったくなんでこんな面倒ばっかりかけさせる兄弟と血つながってるんだろう。たまに
Oof.
なんか喉乾いちゃった。飲み物もらうね。
Nanami walked right past me and over to the mini fridge, once again acting like she owned the place. That face.
コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
This is happening. I wonder what... Oh. Wait, can I put... Wait, let me save. 1. Save. Okay. What happens if I press on this one? Oh. Huh. What if I press it again? Okay, it's still just green. Okay, we go red. Oh wait, now I guess this is normal. Okay, and then red. Huh. I guess we'll have to use this later. City spins. Okay.
知らんがな。
しょうがないな。じゃあこれもらうね。
Surprise. Oh. Fucking surprise. She went ahead and did as she pleased. There's this thing called permission, you know. She grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge, one I had already drank from, no less. And after only a second of hesitation, she cracked it open and gulped it down. Wait, the music stopped. She just drank straight from the bottle. Nasty. She was supposed to be a girl, yet she acted like this. What a disgrace. This was exactly why 3D sucked ass. As soon as Nanami left, I was gonna chuck that bottle straight in the trash. Wait, what? She just...
美味しかった。やっぱ運動の後の一杯って格別。学校からここまで走ってきたんだ。
全部飲んだのか。しかも一気で。
I bought that cola with my own money. Ah. So just because you're my sister, you think you can do whatever the hell you want, huh? I see how it is.
しまった。
Nanami looked at the bottle in her hand and turned pale. Oh good. It looked like she finally realized how rude she was being to... the cutoff? Is she gonna see the cross? The stake? We just left it on the floor, right?
どうしよう。また太っちゃうじゃん。
Ah. the emoticon. What? 2 liters down in seconds. It's honestly kind of impressive, isn't it?
お兄のせいだからね。
Oh, new sprite. I had no idea what she was talking about.
お兄がコーラ好きのせいでナナまでコーラ大好きっ子になっちゃったんだから。
人のせいにすんなよ。
だってうちの冷蔵庫に入ってるのいつもコーラだったじゃん。
This is a cute face. Cute
お母
facial
さんもお
expression.
兄のこと甘やかすからだ。知ってる？コーラってカロリーすっごく高いの。だから今度からミルクティーにすべき。
Milk tea also. Not low calorie, I would say. Yeah, milk tea really isn't any healthier than cola. It's got just about as many calories. And more importantly, who the hell asked? I'm happy with my diet, thanks. Is that all you came here for? To drink all my cola, then lecture me to stop drinking cola?
もう帰れよ。
You did your whole survival check thing, and now your job here is done, right? Why do you feel the need to barge in here every time?
お兄、冷たい。
Seemed like I'd managed to offend her somehow. She pursed her lips into a pout and glared at me. I was already done with her shit though, so I looked away.
せっかく心配して様子を見に来てあげてるのに。お兄ってずっとここに引きこもって誰とも喋らずに一日を終えちゃうことだってあるんでしょ？女の子と話す機会だってどうせ全くないんだよね。
Shut up! Oh, stop making fun of me. I'm not into 3D girls, so why would I ever bother talking to them?
言ってみればお兄と話す女の子はナナだけってことじゃん。だからさ、もっとナナのこと大事にしてよ。そしたら女の子との接し方もちょっとは分かってくるはずだし。
While she was nagging, Nanami picked up one of my figures, Hikaru-tan from the Suicide for Hikari, and started staring at it. Damn it, don't touch my waifus without asking. If you leave even a single fingerprint on her, I will actually beat the shit out of you, dang.
あと、お兄は自分のことにもっと気を
Don't
使って。
be so aggressive.
こんなお兄 つを抜かしてる場合じゃないよ。ナナはお兄の死体の第一発見者になんかなりたくないからね。
What the hell was she trying to imply? It felt like she'd been becoming more and more like mom lately, which meant she got even more annoying. STFU.
いいから帰れよ。
そんなに帰れ帰れ言わないでよ。お兄のバカ。まだこっちには用事が残ってるよ。
She was getting more hysterical by the minute. If I made her any angrier, things would get out of hand. So chill out, me.
携帯買いに行こう。
Oh, cell phone? What did she just say?
お父さんがそうしろって。お兄が携帯持てばいつでも生存確認できるじゃん。
Yeah, so true.
今から買いに行こうよ。
Wow, shopping! Yay, yay, yay.
時代に取り残されちゃうよ。
Sam. Shut up already. I'm not the one who lives under a rock here, you wrong-sider. The internet gives me all the information I need. Well, she was right about one thing. These days, it was normal for a high school student to have a phone, and I didn't have one. Of course, that was because I'd never used it anyway. I didn't have anyone to call or text, and I didn't want to pay for something I wasn't going to use.
だから行こう。
Nanami put the figure back on the shelf and turned her attention back to me.
どうせお兄
close.
がキスなんかわかんない
She's
んだから
close.
ナナと同じキスにしちゃいなよ。
As she said that, she took her own phone out of her bag and started showing it off like it was some precious heirloom. Oh, frog.
こ
Frog.
れがナナの色が
Oh,
可愛
I
い
see
で
it's
しょ。
September 30th now. I like the frog. I like the legs. The cute dangly. It's 4:23 p.m. Actually, let's see. This year, September 30th. Is it on a Tuesday? It's on a Monday. One off. Pretty close though. Yeah, frog. Been seeing a few frogs lately. What was I thinking of? I don't think I really see many IRL. We did see some in Genshin the other day though, I guess. When we started the summer event, the origami frogs. Get old froggy.
ついでだからストラップも同じのあげるよ。
なんという
Dang. Zooming. The character hanging from the phone strap was far from cute. It looked horrible. There was no way a professional had designed it. I think it's kind of cute. It's silly. It's got charm. It looked like one of those shit tier ugly cute characters. Or like one of those official government mascots.
手抜きじゃないもん。ゲロカエルンはこういうデザインなの。今すごく流行ってるんだからね。
Super in. Get old froggy.
女子高生の流行なんて鬼そういうとこを直せば少しは女子と会話成立すると思うよきっと。
So oh, god damn it. Fuck is this Garo Froggy shit? There's no way this thing is popular. Anyone with half a brain could tell you that. She didn't realize she was just being played by the media. It was honestly
って
sad.
いうか
Hey.
今ゲロカエルンの話じゃなくて
I feel
いいから
offended on her
携帯買いに
behalf.
行こうよ。あ、別にお揃いがいいとか言ってるわけじゃないからね。
Oh, I see.
家族で同じ機種で家族に持ってないのはお兄だけなんだからね。
いらない。
なんで？お金はお父さんが出してくれるんだよ。
必要ない。
It would be a nuisance, if anything. If I had a phone, Mom would definitely call every day. I guess that's true. And if I kept ignoring those calls, they'd keep sending little Miss Assassin Nanami over here to lay on the pressure. My family life would become even more of a living hell, and I'd have to start being way more careful as a result. I couldn't let that happen.
もう信じらんないよこのバカ鬼。もう帰る。
ああ、そうしてくれ。
Oh, is she actually going? No. I opened the door for her to finally leave, but Nanami didn't budge an inch. She just shot her arms down to her sides, looking even more upset than before.
ほんとバカ。アホバカ鬼。駅まで送ってくれるとかしてよ。
やだね。
She'd never acted like this before. Why did she suddenly want me to walk her to the station? What was so special about today?
だって最近殺人事件とかで物騒じゃんか。こういう場合心配するのが兄弟ってもんでしょ。
Yesterday's events were resurrected in my mind once again, if only for a second. Okay, I frantically shook my head trying to get that gruesome scene out of my mind, and I just barely managed to.
どうでもいいし。
Good work, you did it. Either way, it wasn't like the new gen murderer was twisted enough to attack some brat like Nanami.
ありえない。ナナが死んでも。
Oh, crying! No! Nanami was tearing up. It seemed like my words had really gotten to her. No! No! You're such a terrible sibling. Fuhihi serves you right. Maybe you should think twice about disturbing my peace and quiet next time. This is just my own way of taking a little revenge for once. Get fucked. Oh no! No!
バカ死んじゃえ。鬼なんか猟奇的に殺されちゃえ。
The freakiest of freak acts. Well, that's not great. That's not great either. I feel like she will die. But I hope you will not. After spitting those parting words at me, Nanami pushed past me and ran away as fast as she could. Seemed like the storm had finally passed. The room grew peaceful and quiet once again. This was how things should always be around here. My own perfect little world, where stupid bullshit wasn't allowed. I sat down in front of my PC, shaking my mouse a little to clear the Seiratan screensaver. I tried to take a sip of the cola bottle on my desk, but it was empty.
しまった。これ、ナナミがさっき飲んだやつだ。
Oh god. I'm gonna puke. Maybe shoot. I put the cap back on the bottle, then threw it at the big garbage bag in the corner of my room. But it didn't go in the bag, instead bouncing off the wall and rolling under my bed. Well, whatever. Anyway, time to dive straight back into ESO. I just want to forget about the annoying real world ASAP. Okay. But it wouldn't last long. Just one day later, my immersion would be broken once again. Is he going to school? My mental state had been on the up and up lately, but the moment I stepped outside, it all came crashing down again. Damn it, why did I have to go to school today? It was so early.
なんで今日なんだよ。最低最悪だ。
But it wasn't like I could just take the day off. If I did, my minimum attendance chart would get all thrown off, and then I wouldn't be able to graduate.
卒業って。何を卒業するって言うんだよ。
I was the one insisting on going through with it, but I still couldn't help but complain. As I approached the wealthy district of Matsunami, I finally realized I had been feeling a gaze for a while now. But this wasn't the usual god's gaze. I didn't feel any shivers on the back of my neck. Oh! As I turned the corner, I took a quick tiny glance behind me, and I caught a glimpse of a girl wearing a suime uniform. No way. Was it the demon from yesterday? I instantly lost my composure. An extreme amount of tension overtook my body, and my walking became stilted. A moment ago, it was a quiet morning like any other, but now it felt like the entire world was out to get me. I could faintly hear the sound of birds chirping atop the phone lines, and I could also hear music from the morning news playing in nearby homes. In a peaceful scene like this, where crime would seem totally out of place, I came close to imagining myself getting brutally murdered. Okay, I needed to calm down. It wasn't like I'd clearly seen her face or anything. There's nothing strange about seeing suime students walking behind me. We were headed for the same destination after all. I would be fine. Even though school was straight ahead, I decided to take a hard right. I was worried about what could be behind me, but I desperately suppressed the urge to turn around. I needed to keep my cool and act natural. My heart was pounding, but I kept walking. I continued for about a minute or so until I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I slowly turned around. We made eye contact for a second, but I panicked and turned back around. Why was she following me? This path was obviously the long way to school. That meant she had to be tailing me. Either way, I'd never seen her before. She definitely wasn't the demon from yesterday, that was for sure. She was wearing glasses, and the demon girl had... Is that like the only metric? You can easily like put on or stop wearing glasses. But that fact alone was enough to calm me down. I decided to just head straight for school. I'd have to skip my routine breakfast at the park because of it, but oh well.
Joshi Eme.
Joshi. To me, you're just some background character. Pedestrian 1 or Girl A. So stay out of my way, god damn it. Oh. After I entered the school, Girl A disappeared. I'd expected her to continue tailing me, but instead, she turned and headed toward the third-year classrooms. Maybe she was never tailing me in the first place. Maybe I was just overthinking it. But still, it was definitely weird that she'd taken the same detour that I had. Did she hate me for some reason? Had I done something to piss her off? I didn't think so. No, I couldn't have. I hardly ever went to school, and when I did, I tried to keep my presence very minimal. So then, what the hell was she trying to accomplish? Okay, back here at Cafe, somehow I'd managed to make it through the torture known as school. On my way back, I made my usual stop at Cafe. I took my seat in room 37. The nearby rooms are normally always empty, but surprisingly, that wasn't true today. There was someone in room 36 right next to us. Their door was closed, but the light from the desk lamp leaked through the cracks. I couldn't help but click my tongue when I entered my room. Having someone sitting nearby posed a bit of a problem. Whenever I did things like chatting online, I had the tendency to talk to myself sometimes, I see. Well, whatever. Time to just ignore it and log into ESO already. As long as I made a conscious effort to stay quiet, it shouldn't really be an issue. There's a song playing in the background. Drink some water. Okay. Gaming. Irritated, I slammed my hands down on the keyboard. It'd only been 2 hours since I started playing, and I was already this close to throwing myself off a cliff. The people I'd partied up with today were total noobs. I'd been trying my best to help them. One of them went all Leroy Jenkins and just died, repeatedly. Then the other one was a mage, but he didn't cast any healing spells at all. As a result, we just kept getting full party wiped over and over again. Oof. And yet, instead of figuring out why it was happening, all they ever did was continue to piss and moan in the chat. F these shitty players. I finally just lost it. I proceeded to PK both of them, steal all their items, and instantly escape to another area. Okay. Everything Nightheart couldn't do. Lisa-Lot could without a second thought. This was exactly what I came all the way to At Cafe for. Fuhihi. Finally feeling a bit better, I breathed a sigh of relief and went to grab a drink. At Cafe had a bunch of all-you-can-drink soda fountains in the reception area. And related to that was the only bad thing about room 37. It was kind of far from the reception area. Oh, I can see their bag. Oh, they've got like 3 good old froggy keychains. When I left my room, the door to room 36 was open. Naturally, in order to make my way to the front, I had to go past it. Is this girl from earlier? I casually took a peek inside as I walked past, but there was nobody in there. Come to think of it, I had heard someone get up a moment ago. Oops. The red one. Fitting. And although there was no one there, I saw a bag on the ground next to the reclining chair. It looked like a school bag, and there were a few toy straps hanging from it. They were good old froggies, like the one Nanami had shown me yesterday. There were 3 of them in total. I guess they really were popular. Well, whatever. It wasn't like I cared either way. Besides, if the person came back and caught me staring, they might have taken me for a pervert or a thief. Realizing that, I decided to just go get my drink. However, right as I went to leave, my eye caught a glimpse of the text on their monitor, and I froze. All things Nugent. And if that wasn't enough, it was written in the most sickening font, as if it was trying to freak me out. Nugent. I'd been deliberately avoiding any and all info about those cases. I really didn't want to know anything more about them. Man, the song in the background is going hard. As long as I kept avoiding them, I could keep telling myself they had nothing to do with me. No, forget about that. More importantly, the customer next door to me was looking at a site lining out everything about Nugent. Was it a coincidence, or did it mean something? For a moment, the face of that demon girl flashed through my mind, sending goosebumps across my entire body. I shook my head violently, trying to force those horrible thoughts away. I was just overthinking it. Yeah, I had to be. Nobody was out to get me. I was just being paranoid. Nugent was pretty much all the media talked about lately. By this point, anyone would be interested in it. That was all it was. Yep, no doubt about it. Anyway, I should just go get my drink already, then back to business. Okay. I quickly placed my cup under the dispenser and pressed the cola button. Delicious ice-cold cola started pouring out. It was getting dark outside, which meant this place was going to get really crowded soon. There were a few customers standing by the front desk, waiting to be shown to their rooms. And the darker it got, the more people would show up. In about an hour or so, all the rooms surrounding room 37 would fill up. Once that happened, it'd be time for me to head home. I took my cup and headed back toward my seat. On the way, I casually glanced down the hall toward the bathrooms. That's when... She's cute. I saw a girl's figure disappear into the corridor. She had been wearing a Suimei uniform and had glasses on her face. I recognized her. It was the same girl that had been tailing me this morning. Girl A. Why did she look mad at us? I thought I might have been mistaken, so I hid behind some bookshelves and looked toward that corridor for a while, but she never showed up again. It must have just been my imagination. Yeah, it had to have been. I'd only seen her for half a second after all. This place was typically swarming with Suimei girls, and plenty of them wore glasses. But what if it had been Girl A? If she was here, what would that mean? Was it just a coincidence? Or had she followed me? I was starting to get a little scared. I left the cafe and started rushing back to my base. In the end, my anxiety had been too much to handle, and I'd left almost immediately after I saw the girl. I wanted to get home as soon as possible, but the crowded sidewalks were slowing me down. I was feeling sicker and sicker by the minute. I hated crowds. I always felt like people were watching me and snickering. A red pedestrian signal stopped me in my tracks. As I waited for the light to change again, I couldn't help but take a quick look around. I didn't see Girl A anywhere. As soon as I reached the top of Dogenzaka, walking got a lot easier. Usually I would take the least crowded way back, but... Scared me. I wasn't expecting it. After what had happened 2 nights ago, I figured I should stick to the main streets just to be safe. Okay. I was stuck at a red light again, so I took another look behind me, but Girl A was still nowhere to be found. The girl I'd seen at cafe might have been a different person after all. Feeling a bit relieved, I let my tense shoulders relax a little, then turned back around. Stop turning around. Oh, she's there. Oh, and this is happening again. Shocked, I took a step back. Let's see again. Nothing. Nothing. On the other side of the crosswalk, standing among the crowd, waiting for the light to change, was the girl. And to make matters worse, the gaze beyond those glasses was clearly pointed straight at me. She didn't even try to look away. Her eyes were so intense. It was as if they were urging me to do something. Okay. I was zooming in. Okay. I couldn't take my eyes off her either. It was like I was suffering from sleep paralysis. Suddenly, Girl A opened her mouth. She seemed like she was trying to say something. Oh. But everything else was so loud, there was no way I could hear what she was saying. I was completely entranced. All I could do was stare at the movements of her lips. Whose eyes are those eyes? A chill ran down my spine. There was no way she just said that. It must have been my imagination. I sucked at lip reading anyway, so I'd probably just gotten it wrong. I shook my head, trying my hardest to look away from her. Either way, Girl A had definitely said something. Whatever it was incredibly creepy, especially considering the two of us had never met before. I needed to stay away from her. Zoom in, I should just run. I'll just run straight home. Run! Okay. Whipping my weak, withering heart into shape, I broke into a sprint. I ran back down Dogenzaka, trying to put as much distance between me and Girl A as I could. On the way, I turned to enter a back alley. Stop entering those. Okay. Oh, I'm scared. And right as I did, I crashed into something and toppled over. Okay. Pain shot through my entire body. I groaned, not fully understanding what had just happened. The pain was so bad, I could hardly stand. Oh. Looking up, I saw a big motor scooter lying on the ground. That must have been what I'd run into. Okay. I gritted my teeth and tried to force myself to my feet, but my legs just weren't able to hold me up. Well, it didn't seem like I'd broken any bones, at least.
大丈夫ですか?
Ah! Before I knew it, Girl A was right in front of me. She was peering into my face, eyes full of concern. Hi! What the hell was up with this girl? My body couldn't move. As pathetic as it sounds, I was scared shitless. I had no idea what to do. My plan had been to catch a train ride to Shinsen and get home that way, but now I was starting to regret my life choices.
怪我してませんか?
Girl A asked me timidly. Was she acting all worried so I would drop my guard? You won't fool me. I won't fall for your tricks, you 3D witch. This guy is so...
ついてくるなよ。僕に何の用だ。
Panicking, I lashed out at Girl A, who just stood there in surprise. I tried scuttling backward to make some distance, but I was still flat on my ass. If I didn't get away from her, she'd reach into her jacket, pull out a knife, and jump me. That was my thought process anyway. Okay, that gruesome scene flashed through my mind over and over. All I could think was, that's how I'll end up. Oh. The girl hung her head, looking a little hurt. Oh. No. Yes.
あなたが急に走り出して様子を見に来たら倒れてたので心配で。でも
Oh.
今は用事とかあるわけじゃないんですが、
She didn't want anything from me? What? That didn't make any sense.
じゃあなんで付きまとってくるんだ。
Yeah, why have we been followed around? Yes? She was getting flustered. I just couldn't get over how suspicious she was acting.
私、楠木優愛って言います。
Okay. Nobody'd asked her to, but she suddenly started introducing herself anyway. Love
実
confession.
は
Well,
あなたのこと一目見てなんとなく存在が気になっ
oh, is it actually?
て、それでつい
What? She just instinctively started stalking me? The girl, whose name was Yua apparently, kept lowering her gaze as she talked.
ごめんなさい。
She bowed her head vigorously. There's no way. That was the only thing on my mind. Taking another look at her, this Yua girl was pretty cute. I had to give her that much at least. But that was exactly why I couldn't trust her. A 3D girl who wanted to interact with me? With good intentions? What kind of eroge was this? My whole life nobody had ever said anything like that to me. There was no way I could take her confession seriously. It was just way too out of left field. What, did she think I'd be jumping for joy or something? Did she forget she'd been stalking me until just now? Sure, that thing might work in the 2D world, but IRL... Also, this whole situation was really embarrassing. All I wanted to do was get out of here ASAP. Just talking to her made me anxious. 3D really was total dog shit.
僕は三次元に興味はない。
You're just gonna say that to her?
いや、め
I always stuttered when I tried to say something harsh, but I had to be clear. Don't follow me anymore. I don't like it.
迷惑だよ。付きまとわないでよ。
すいません。
I mean, that's fair, yeah. She sure looked disheartened. Maybe she'd actually meant it. No, don't fall for it. You can't trust anything about 3D women. You can only trust 2D. You can trust Seiradon far more than this harlot. Oh.
もうついてこないでね。僕帰るから。
As I mumbled incoherently, I tried as hard as I could to stand up, but I struggled. My body was still hurting all over the place. My collarbone in particular was being a real bitch. The pain was making me feel kind of dizzy. I might have hit my head when I'd fallen down earlier. I already fell for it. I almost fell over again, but Yua caught my hand and stopped me.
怪我してるんですね。
Close.
手貸します。
I tried really hard not to make eye contact. I could feel my face turning bright red. She'd definitely make fun of me if she noticed, so I turned away and forcefully shook her hand off. My mind was a total blank. I'd hardly, if ever, touched a female before, except family members, of course. My heart was beating out of my chest.
お家まで送ります。あなたが怪我したのは私が付きまとっちゃったせいですから。だから送らせてください。
Well, if you insist. I felt really happy when you asked me that. I wasn't really used to being treated kindly by others. Every other 3D woman I had interacted with before was utterly vile, but this girl, I was actually starting to warm up to her a little bit. But I didn't have the courage to look her straight in the eye. I mean, she had been stalking me, and she also might have been related to the demon girl, and I didn't want to die. All sorts of thoughts flew through my head, but I couldn't focus on a single one of them. My mind was a total blur.
お家どこですか？
God, I just have to find out the address. That's true!
シンセン。
深セン？
I nodded before instantly regretting it. Why the hell had I told her that? Was I expecting something to happen if I did? This had to be one of my delusions. Oh, you tipped death flag. Maybe karma had put me on a lucky streak, just so it could come to beat me down later. You saw that cliche all the time in anime. This must have been some sort of death flag. Oh god, 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 oh god. Before I knew it, Yua was trying her best to prop me up with her shoulders. Her soft body was tightly pressed against mine, and I could smell a sweet scent coming from her long hair. This couldn't be real. There was no way a 3D girl was being this nice to
歩
me.
けますか？
I nodded in response.
じゃあ行きましょう。
Her voice almost sounded nervous. Then, with my head pointed at the ground, I slowly started to walk. She'd done so much for me at this point, I couldn't turn her down or shake her off anymore. I was out of options. I just had to let her do as she pleased. Leaning on her delicate shoulder for support, the two of us got moving. And we're here. Neither of us said a word until we reached the building where my base was located. After all, there's no way I could hold a half-decent conversation with a girl, let alone one I didn't know. I knew that the second I'd bring up anime or video games, she'd automatically go, "Ew, what a freak," just like every other 3D girl. She wouldn't even bother listening or trying to understand. From my point of view, there was just no point.
ここでもういいから。
Oh. That grumble was about all I could muster, and I looked at Yua to make sure she understood it. She gave me a gentle nod in response, then removed her arm from under me. I was still a little unstable, but I managed to stay upright.
やっぱりお部屋までついていきましょうか。
I completely ignored her suggestion and walked toward the lobby. Well, I say lobby, but it was really just a narrow entryway to the elevator hall. Still, the moment I lifted my foot to start climbing the small staircase leading up to it, a sharp pain ran through me and I nearly fell over again.
大丈夫ですか？
We're really not okay. Yua rushed over to support me. Damn it, why was she still
や
here?
っぱり部屋まで送ります。絶対送りますから。
Okay. She sounded almost desperate. And we're here! Our home! Yay! I hated to admit it, but you had been a huge help, and in the end, she had taken me all the way back to my base. To get there, first we had to go all the way to the 8th floor, then take a steep flight of emergency stairs up to the roof. In my current state, there's no way I could have ever possibly managed that alone. Yua wasn't strong in any sense of the word. She was very clearly running on fumes. And yet, she had helped me up the stairs as if her life depended on it. Sweet home,
こんな
yeah.
ところに住んでるんですね。
Yeah? Yua was left speechless when she saw my container house. No surprise there. Normal people would probably never believe someone could live in a container.
なんか憧れます。
You think so?
アウトローな感じがしていいですよね。こういうのって。
Gotta marry her. I guess, you know, I mean, she seems like a keeper. I never thought she'd say something like that. Was she just trying to flatter me or something? You won't fool me, wench. I will never fall for a 3D girl's tricks. With US still propping me up, we walked to the container door, removed the padlock, and stepped inside. Oh, it's so dark. Yeah, I was finally back. Today was another total catastrophe. This was why you really couldn't beat staying
真っ
indoors.
暗ですね。
So she went in with us?
電気のスイッチはどこに？
Did she really not have any shame just coming into my room like this? I mean, to be fair, she had brought me all the way here on her shoulder. But I really didn't want her seeing the rest of my room if I could help it. I mean, I had dozens upon dozens of figures lined up on my shelves, piles of eroge boxes on my bed, and trash all over the floor.
もういいから。話して。
After I said that, I waited for Yua to let go of me, but she didn't budge.
床すごく散らかってじゃなくて歩きにくいと思うんですけど、絶対危ないです。ソファーまで行きましょう。そこで話しますから。
In the end, I just kept on doing whatever she said. The couch was covered in CDs and magazines, but Yua quickly cleared them out of the way, as quickly as she could while still holding me up anyway. As soon as she was finished, I sat right down. Man, she's just so sweet and caring. Wait, what am I saying? I'm not gonna fall for it, I'm not!
平気ですか？
The two of us were all alone in the room. It was almost pitch black save for the tiny bit of moonlight shining through the open doorway. As a result, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Yua had on her face. On the bright side though, hearing a girl breathing in the dark was pretty hot. Come to think of it, it was the first time anyone aside from my little sister had ever seen my room. Which meant it was the first time I'd had an actual girl up here. If this were a game, then I would have tripped some sort of flag. After that, sure, soon enough, the mood would turn romantic, and before we knew it, we'd be all over each other. That said, I wasn't expecting anything like that. Reality was complete and utter shit. It was nothing like the 2D world. And besides, this Yua girl wasn't normal. She was a stalker. So yeah. Wait, why was she still here? How long was she planning on staying? Her job here was done, so shouldn't she be leaving now? Then that was when it hit me. Wait, no. Was her plan to get me alone in an isolated spot, then do something horrible to me? I'm kind of scared to click. I mean, yeah. Yeah. On the Steam page for the warnings and stuff, right? It was just like, yeah. I mean, there wouldn't be anything like explicit, but
明かりのスイッチは
パソコンの。
パソコン？
I'm nervous. The only light source in the room was my desk lamp by my PC. I wanted to tell her to turn that lamp on, but I just couldn't get the words out.
そうか、あのデスクライトですね。
Yua carefully made her way over to my computer desk, avoiding all the garbage by her feet, then turned on the lamp. Okay, and then there was light. The darkness had put all sorts of embarrassing ideas and delusions in my head, and now that I could see Yua's face clearly, all those fantasies made it hard to look her in the eye without getting even more embarrassed than I already was. Panicked, I couldn't get any words out, so I just kept my head down. What does it sound? She shouted so suddenly that goosebumps shot across my skin. Her gaze was pointed straight at the Seiratan figure next to my monitor, who was striking her favorite sexy pose. Is she also a fan? Do we have something in common?
これってプラチューのセイラちゃんですよね。
Yeah!
ってるの？
はい。ブラッチュは大好きで
Wow.
毎週見てます。
Oh.
へえ。
セイラちゃんがお好きなんですね。私もヒロインの中では彼女が一番好きなんですよ。衣装も可愛いですし。
Her voice was full of joy. She was clearly speaking genuinely. There was no way she was just trying to trick me. Who would have thought? Could Yua be a...
不女子。
New tip unlocked.
あ、うん。
Well, maybe she just liked anime.
あれ、フィギュアって言うんですよね。ちょっと見せてもらってもいいですか？あ、すみません。ずうずうしいこと言っちゃって。もう帰った方がいいですよね。
She vowed repeatedly, clearly flustered.
見ていいよ。
Well, I couldn't say I didn't enjoy her laying the praise on my waifu, so I might as well be a little nice to her.
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
Yua took Sera in her hand and started inspecting her closely.
それは山陽堂版の覚醒前バージョンなんだ。セーラフィギュアはいくつか種類が出てるけど、最初に出たやつ。
へえ。
あんまりクオリティは高くないよ。顔とか微妙に崩れてるし、ポーズも平凡すぎてあんまりエロくないし。でも服の胸元部分にキャストオフできるのは今のところそれだけなんだ。
胸元？
ちなみに僕はセーラフィギュアは4種類全部揃えてるよ。そっちの棚に制服バージョンとメイドバージョン、あと水着バージョンがある。
You know, well... I don't know if I should talk about this. But, you know, I do like figures, right? But I've seen, you know, there are some... It's kind of interesting, but, like... I feel like this is mostly for older figures. I don't know if they really do it that much these days, but there are some where it's like they make it squishy. like a silicone type of material for the chest. Kind of interesting.
そんなに種類がすごいですね。
一番評価が高いのはメイドバージョンなんだけど、個人的には水着バージョンも悪くないよ。
Maid version.
そうなんですか。見てみたいですね。でもちょっと暗くて。
もうすぐアルファから待望の覚醒後バージョンが出るんだけど、これはかなりクオリティ高そうなんだ。キャストオフも胸元だけじゃなくてほぼ全身可能だっていうし、表情もポーズも質感も言うことなしだね。あとはカラーさえバッチリなら今年発売されたフィギュアの中でも MVP 候補だよ。
アルファ？
メーカーだよ、フィギュアの。
ああ、なるほど。
Suddenly realizing what I'd done, I clamped my mouth shut. I've been rambling on for way too long. I'd gone off on a tangent about goddamn anime girl figures, removable pieces, sexy poses. I bet I looked like a total idiot to Yua. I wanted to know what sort of face she was making, but I couldn't bring myself to look at her. Either way, though, it was obvious. She must have thought I was total human trash. I started panicking. My heart was beating out of my chest. I tried to avert my gaze as far away as I could. But that's when she called out to me, and I reflexively turned back to look at her. Her expression, it wasn't actually full of horror and disgust like I'd expected.
さっき言っていた戦闘バージョンとかメイドバージョン
Wow, she's still interested in seeing them. I want to see the maid version too.
そっちの棚に。
I was totally baffled. There wasn't a hint of anything on her face other than a wide, bright smile. Wow.
すごいですね。こんなにたくさん。
In fact, her eyes were sparkling as she looked at my shelves full of figures. No way. Were there actually 3D women that weren't disgusted by this stuff? It must have been a 1 in a billion chance, but I suppose there were billions of people in the world.
メイドセイラちゃんってこれですね。ふむふむ。アニメの印象とはちょっと違うけど、すごく可愛いです。下着までちゃんと作り込んであるんだ。こういうの実物で見たのは初めてですけど、いいですね。私も買ってみようかな。
Yeah, why not?
だったら覚醒後バージョンを予約した方がいいよ。あれは絶対おすすめだから。
そうですね。あなたの話を聞いて
Screen
いたら、
changed.
その覚醒後バージョンは本気で欲しくなりました。覚醒後って12話のあのシーンのことですよね。
よく知ってますな、お主。かなりのマニアですが。
はい、好きですから。特にあの時の覚醒シーンは毎日録画したものを見返してます。
あのシーンって演出と作画宮地なんだ。だからクオリティ高くて当然。
宮地？
そういう神クリエイターがいるんだ。あの人の演出はマジで神だよ。アットちゃんの実況版でも神来たってなるし。
そうなんですか。すごく知識が豊富なんですね。
監督と演出と脚本はチェックしとくといいよ。特に新作なんかはそれを調べるだけで内容の良し悪しが大体予測できるし。
わかりました。今度からそうしてみますね。
As Yua said that, she turned to face me with another lovely smile. I'd made a girl smile. This line. I never thought I'd see this kind of eroge stuff happen IRL, let alone to me, making a girl smile. Oh. Usually 3D women, including my little sister, only ever smiled when they were making fun of me. There had to be some kind of catch. There was just no other explanation. I couldn't forget what Seiratana told me. Till then, can't trust anyone. Don't listen to anything that anyone says.
こんなこと聞いていいかどうかわからないんですけど。
What is it? My mind, I keep going back to the the steak. Ooh. Oh yeah, what is it? Yua got all shy out of nowhere. She was looking down and avoiding eye contact. Okay, maybe not the steak then.
聞かせてもらってもいいでしょうか。
あ
なたのお名前。
名前？
Now that she'd mentioned it, Yua had introduced herself to me, but I'd never returned the favor.
西条
This BGM.
徳美。
And something on the steaks, yeah. It's scary. I was a little embarrassed, so I ended up weakly mumbling it out.
西条匠くんですね。何年生？
あ、2年。
私は3
This
年。
music.
私の方が年上さんですね。
Yeah. Okay, scared me. Oh man. I was getting dizzy from how moe that sounded. What if I stay on the green? Wait, let me save also. It's been a while since we last saved, so... Yes. Okay. Could you be the kind older sister type? Damn it. Trying to seduce me and shit. This woman was dangerous. She must be up to something.
それで西条くんにお願いがあるんです。
Yes? What is it? A request? Seriously? Okay. Okay.
私、
What's happening?
あなたのことが
Why is the
好き
world?
なんです。
Yeah? You do?
ずっと西条くんのこと
I'm a little scared. How long? So wait, how did she, like, not know our name then? If so long.
もう見てるだけじゃ嫌なんです。
Yeah. Yua's face turned bright red, and right after her sudden confession, she abruptly started undressing. You know, yeah, well, on the Steam page, it did say there may be partially exposed chest and butt, but okay. Okay. Swimsuit. I was so bewildered, I could hardly bring myself to even peek at her. But when I did, I noticed she wasn't just taking off her top, but also her skirt. Her underwear flickered in and out of sight from beneath the hem of her blouse. It was black. Being so bold despite being clearly embarrassed. Yeah. Things were happening so suddenly my mind could hardly keep up. It took all my strength just to swallow the saliva that had built up in my mouth. Next, Yua started fiddling with the buttons on her blouse. She was undoing them, one by one, from top to bottom. Then, almost as if trying to tease me, she slowly, ever so softly, dropped her blouse to the floor, and for some reason, underneath it. Why is she wearing a school uniform? Oh wait, is this because of what we said earlier? Or she was wearing a competition swimsuit. It was a high-leg swimsuit, and it was skin tight. It was already a little bit of her thighs spilled out over the edges. They were actually a swimsuit? Good job. That's the but
私のこと好きにしてください。めちゃくちゃにしていいですから。
So I was speechless. It was pretty strange for a 3D girl to say all this stuff to a guy she just met. No sane girl would do that. Sure, it was sexy, but it wasn't even remotely My sense of reason threatened to completely shatter right then and there, and I struggled desperately to keep it contained. I'm saying this line again. The JoJo reference. While I was lost in my usual delusions, Yua suddenly had a huge fall and landed flat on her rear. She rubbed her butt while on the verge of tears.
すみません。CD を
Oh no, not the CD!
ケース割れたかも。
I don't like I don't like jewel case CDs. I get so nervous about them breaking, like in transportation and stuff, you know? It's happened to me before. They're fragile.
本当にごめんなさい。私きちんと片付けますから。
いいよ。
Just get out of here already. You've done enough. And what the hell was that request you mentioned earlier? Yua started cleaning up the trash and CD cases lying all over the floor, even though I told her that she didn't have to. She looked so apologetic, it almost made me feel guilty, like I had done something wrong.
じゃあ足の踏み場だけでも確保させてください。
Okay.
すいません。その後でお願い言いますから。
With the way she just instantly started cleaning up, and thoroughly at that, she reminded me somewhat of my mom. Not caring in the slightest about what may cause problems for other people, rushing straight into doing whatever she pleased. You know, the typical meddler. In that case, I should probably start helping her, shouldn't I? We'd both reach for a piece of trash at the same time. Our hands would touch and we'd both say, "Ah!" Then we'd stare into each other's eyes, just soaking in the glow of the moment. Right? Wrong! Do you think this is some kind of rom-com? No way in hell was I helping her. Dang. While in the middle of piling up magazines, Yua suddenly stopped. Her back was turned, so I couldn't tell what she just picked up. Ah, is it the steak? Is it coming up? Okay. What was she getting so nervous about? Something about it made me suspicious. Come to think of it, she was essentially ransacking my room at this point. What if she was trying to steal something? Maybe she was thinking that I had so many figures, I wouldn't notice if one went missing. But little did she know, she was dead wrong! I'd perfectly memorized every single waifu on that shelf. If even a single one went missing, I'd be able to tell in a nanosecond.
フィギュアには触らないでね。
はいいえ違うんです
Still in your heart.
そのブラチューの同
あ
人誌っていうんですかそれが落ちてましてちょっと中身を見てみたら
My blood-tuned dojins?
すごかった
Interesting.
勝手に見ないでよ。
すいません
Yua began tidying up again, nervous as ever. Shortly after, she quickly cleared a space to sit down and then turned toward me.
それでさっき言ったお願いですけど
Finally! I gulped, then instinctively braced myself for impact. Okay, I'm
さっ
scared.
き言った
Ah! Okay.
一緒に行ってもらえませんか
Of course.
私そういうアニメショップみたいなところって今まで行ったことなくてで私なんだかすごくぶしつけなお願いしてますよね私のせいで西条くんは怪我をしたのに
This was some dangerous territory. I couldn't afford to just blurt out an answer. On one hand, Yua and I had shared interests. Hell, she was even a fan of Sera. She also seemed very interested in what I had to say, which meant she was someone I could get along with as an otaku. But on the other, it had to be some sort of trap. There was just no way in hell something like this, something so perfect, would actually happen to me in real life. It was an eroge cliché, nothing more. I couldn't let 3D corrupt me. Think, Takumi, think! What the hell could Yua's true goal be?
すいません今のお願いは忘れてください私西条くんがいろいろ話してくれるのがその嬉しくて
Yua sat there with her head hung low. Pretty much every 3D girl ever was insanely full of themselves, and meanwhile this girl was remarkably timid. And there was no way a 3D girl could be so pretty and have such a cute personality. Everyone knew that, meaning she had to be faking it. I'd turn her down. I'd gather all my strength and the power vested in me as a man and shoot her down. What is he even saying? As Yua looked back up at me, I saw tears welling up behind her glasses. Wait, was she crying? Was it because I wasn't saying anything? Had I just made her cry? Oh no, give me a break. What a life or death situation. I'd never experienced anything like this outside of video games. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I was even starting to feel a little guilty. They say that women weaponize their tears, but only now was that really starting to ring true for me. Honestly, I had no clue how to deal with it. I was getting more and more nervous by the second. We can go together, I tried to say, but ultimately I couldn't bring myself to. Because if I did, surely she'd just say something like, "Ew, this dumbass actually took it seriously? What a freak." Call it a persecution complex, but that was how I felt. I just couldn't do it.
無理してくれなくていいです。私のわがままに石城君を付き合わせるのは良くないですし。
Her eyes seemed even more wet than before. I saw a single tear dripping out from the corner of her eye. Oh, no.
行くよ。
I don't like that the music just cut out. It makes me think something bad's gonna happen. Okay, it's back. Good.
もらえるんですか？
I had no choice but to nod. I couldn't think of any other way to make her stop crying. Still, I felt like I was stepping right into a trap. Yua seemed incredibly relieved. She took a deep breath, took off her glasses, and wiped away her tears.
断られて当然だと思ってたのに。石城君、ありがとうございます。
No problem. Huh, she was thanking me. Seemed like I'd been able to stop her from completely breaking down. Maybe I should be the one thanking her. Shit, how did I get myself into such a mess? Goddamn 3D women. You can never let your guard down around them.
行くとしたらいつがいいでしょう？
Hold on. Where the hell had her sad-looking expression gone? Only a second had passed, and she was already looking happy as a clam. Those really were crocodile tears, weren't they? If so, she should win a fucking Academy
セ
Award.
イラちゃんの新しいフィギュアはもうすぐ発売なんですよね。
うん。きっとすぐに完売しちゃうだろうね。
だったら早めに行った方が良さそうですね。明日とか。
Wow, so soon. According to my schedule, I needed to go to school tomorrow. That made it 3 times total this week. Then, the week after, I'd only have to go twice. I had a feeling that tomorrow was going to suck even more than usual. But I'd already told you I'd go with her. If I tried changing my mind now, she'd start the waterworks all over again. Ah, I really had no choice here, huh?
わかったよ。
I was incredibly reluctant, but still, I agreed. Yua seemed happy to hear that. But she couldn't fool me with that face of
石城
hers.
君は何組？明日放課後に迎えに行きますよ。
B 組。
2年 B 組ですね。
Hmm.
じゃあ授業が終わったら待っててください。
I nodded quickly in response, hoping that'd make her leave faster. Wait, I just made a promise to hang out with a girl? Was this a dream? A delusion? I pinched my cheek to test that theory. It definitely hurt.
それじゃあ長い間お邪魔しちゃってすいませんでした。足もし痛かったらお医者さんに行ってくださいね。
Hmm.
うん。
Oh, okay. I sat on the couch and watched Yua leave. She turned around and waved goodbye, then exited out the front door.
西城君、また明日。
Yep, see you tomorrow. Why is something happening? Okay.
また明日だってさ。
Yeah.
しかも手を振ったりして。
That laugh. I felt like I was about to melt with bliss, so I quickly stiffened back
あ
up.
の女絶対僕に惚れてる。間違いないね。
Hey, don't talk about her like that.
ま、付き合うか付き合わないかは僕に選択肢があるわけだし。
Hey.
あの女を情け容赦なく振ってやるさ。お前は僕の女にふさわしくない。セイラよりいい女になって出直してこい。まあ、一生無理だけどな。何しろセイラは永遠の17歳だからな。みたいな。
Oh. There was no way any girl could ever be better than Seira-tan. So... I picked up the Seira figure and rubbed her against my cheek, and Seira-tan couldn't have looked happier. So... Okay, back at school.
おっと時間か。今のところテストに出るからな。ちゃん
起立。礼。
The math teacher... Wait, what was his name again? Well, whatever. The teacher left the classroom, and that was the end of classes for the day. Some students started chatting about where they'd go after school. Those who were in clubs gathered with their fellow members and headed for their club rooms, and the rest were just getting ready to go home ASAP. I was in the last camp. As soon as the bell rang, I was always the first to pack up and leave. But today, I stayed glued to my seat, trying to avoid eye contact with any of my classmates. My anxiety was killing me. After all, my date with Yua was very soon. Date? New tip. Any normal, non-Vidya obsessed person would have been losing their mind to have a date with a girl planned. But this was me we were talking about, and I couldn't feel any more depressed. I couldn't relax at all. I was feeling physically sick. This would be the first time I'd ever gone on a date with a girl, so I had no clue what to do. Besides, would Yua even show up? Maybe she'd just been effing with me yesterday and she planned on standing me up. She was probably watching from the shadows right now, giggling at how gullible I was. Well, now that I thought about it, that honestly might be better than her actually showing up. Wait, did I really have to just sit around waiting? I mean, I could just blow her off and go home. Oh, no, hey. Alright, it's settled. Time to head home. We were in different grades anyway, so if I just canceled our date at the last minute, I'd never have to see her again for the rest of my life. Fully determined to follow through with that plan, I stood up.
たく、何してんだ?
Hello there. Out of nowhere, my back fell victim to a hard slap. I knew who was behind me without even looking. The only guy in class who ever talked to me. None other than Misumi-kun.
お前帰らないのか? いつもならチャイムが鳴ると同時に消えるのによ。俺密かに匠の音速直帰って名付けてたんだぜ。
もう帰るよ。
誰か待ってるとか。
え?
Oh. He knows. How the hell did he know? Hi there. Hello. Deco's Corner. Welcome.
なんだよ、図星かよ。
どうして？
なんだかやけにそわそわしてるな。
100 times.
教室の入り口をさっきから何度も気にしてるし。
He was good. Either way, I probably shouldn't say anything that'd make me stand out too much. Don't you forget, Takumi. You've got to be invisible at this school. You've got to blend in. Be like air.
別に誰も待ってないよ。
そうか? だったら今の間はなんだよ。
それは。
Misumi-kun wasn't a bad guy, but at times like these, he could really get annoying. Take a hint, FFS.
西条くん
For F's sake. Oh, she's here. Shivers ran down my spine. Oh. I slowly turned my head towards the voice. Yua was standing by the classroom door, looking apologetic. Oh, god damn it. Because of Misumi-kun, I'd lost my chance to escape.
おい、なんだよ。どういうことだ?
Yeah. Misumi-kun looked unusually shocked. In fact, he was literally shaking. He put his arm around my shoulder and gave me a stern look.
おい、タク、どういうことか説明しろよ。お前の彼女か。
違うよ。
Girlfriend. How many times have I told you, Misumi-kun? I'm not into 3D.
だったら何なんだよ。言っとくが、タクの姉ちゃんとかそういうオチは期待してねえからな。引きこもりのくせに何をどうやったらあんないい女と知り合えるんだ。
A beaut.
昨日急に付きまとわれて。
そりゃつまりあれか？逆難されたってことか。え？ この
He put his hand on his chin, pondering for a moment, and then he finally let me go.
そうか。世の中には物好きってのもいるんだな。けどタクがまともな性癖を持ってたみたいで少し安心したぜ。
性癖って、それに彼女とは別に何も。
そうかそうか。頑張れよ、タク。
Oh, Misumi-kun wasn't taking me seriously at all. He just got all excited over his own assumptions, and slapped my back even harder than before. Ugh. At this point, he was just screwing
安
with
心しろ
me.
って。お前の女を寝取ったりしねえから。
だからそういう関係じゃ。
No.
ほら、さっさと行けよ。彼女、お待ちかねみたいだぜ。
Misumi-kun ordered me to move, so I stumbled over to Yua. Despite my best efforts, I hadn't been able to escape.
迎えに来たの迷惑でした？
No, not at all.
いや、
Hey. Yes, you are. I turned to look at Misumi-kun, but he just grinned and gave me the finger. Honestly, I couldn't tell whether he was trying to pick a fight or cheer me on. I couldn't deal with his shit any longer, so I decided to just hurry up and leave with Yua.
すいません。昨日会ったばかりなのにこんなお願いをしてしまって。
いや、
This music again. I'm scared though. I feel like something bad will happen this time. Surely. Oh, I was so nervous. I was leaving school together with a 3D girl. Was I a normie now or what? I'd always felt like this was all in a completely different world from mine. Okay, wait, let me also take a moment to just read the tips. It's been a while. We save. Back. Tips list. Okay. I guess we'll just go down, yeah. Normie, people who find happiness and fulfillment in the real world. Markers of a normie include having lots of friends, having a girlfriend or boyfriend, participating in club and or school activities, going to parties, etc. Hey, you know, our MC here would probably take offense to calling her a waifu. Well, I guess she's 2D to us. Netsling, yeah. Way to express exasperation. But yeah, oh, short for video games. Typically used on message boards, such as @channel. GTA short for good job, using the internet as expression of admiration for a job well done. Type, the tendency one has toward a certain interest. Yeah. If a person, I can't speak, is attracted specifically to women who wear glasses, or if they're attracted specifically to clumsy or otherwise ditzy girls, that is their type. At the same time, however, those who possess such fetishistic characteristics can also be referred to using type. An example of this would be an older woman with a calm personality being referred to as a calm older sister type. Yeah, okay. Cast off. Yeah. Fujoshi. Yeah. BL lover. Death flag. Metafiction term. When a character triggers a death flag, they have said or done something that foreshadows their death. A common way to trigger a death flag is to make a promise on the eve of a climactic battle. For example, when this war is over, I'm gonna get married. Yeah. Okay. He always the same thing? Yeah. I think, in Japanese, actually, yaoi is like kind of an outdated term, question mark. But they refer to the same thing. Which is just gay romance. With men. Back. Okay. I never would have thought I'd get to experience something like this. But now I was feeling the intense pressure of Yua's silence. We were just walking side by side, not even talking, so why was this so stressful? And to top it all off, I didn't really know who Yua was, or what her goal was. Just what did she want from an otaku freak like me?
おとといの
Huh?
はい
She started talking to me out of nowhere, so I got surprised, and that weird sound I'd made just came out. Yura also seemed really nervous. Her expression was so tense. She was older than me, so how was she still so innocent? Only 1 year difference. How surprisingly moe. Then again, I probably wasn't the best person to be talking about innocence, since I could hardly manage to more than a quick sidelong glance at her. I was too embarrassed to take a proper look at her face. I just couldn't do it.
おとといのブラチュー見ましたよね。私一箇所だけいまいちよくわからないところがあったんですけど、すすむくんがセイラちゃんのピンチに駆けつけてきて助けてくれますよね。でもどうしてすすむくんはセイラちゃんが危ないって分かったのかなって。
あれは先週の回に伏線があったんだ。セイラの携帯が鳴ってるシーンが一瞬だけ挿入されてて。
そういえばそんなシーンありましたね。
山田がそういう細かい伏線をあちこちに貼るのが好きなんだ。キンゴルでも似たようなことをやってた。
山田くキンゴル？
いや、山田くっていうのはブラチューの監督の愛称だよ。で、山田くがブラチューの前に監督やってたアニメがキンゴル。
Yeah, oops.
へえ。じゃあ山田さんって有名な監督さんなんですね。
まあ僕は好きな方かな。なんでかっていうと
Animite. I've been lecturing Yua about the various facets of anime when I realized we were already in front of Animite. Time flew by way faster than I'd expected. I'd let myself get carried away and talked way too much. Well, it didn't help that Yua was such a good listener. She paid such close attention while I shared my wisdom. I couldn't help but want to tell her everything I knew, even though I was falling right into her trap. All this, and yet I wasn't even good at talking. This was the first time I'd ever felt this way. I was talking out loud, but it felt like I was chatting online. It was a strange feeling.
なんだかドキドキしてきました。先に帰ったりしないでくださいね。
Of course not. Actually, that seems like something he would do. But, Yua only got more and more nervous as she went up and spoke to the store employee. It was clear that she was out of her comfort zone, but all I could do was just stand there and watch as she placed the pre-order for the post-awakening version Zera figure. There weren't any opportunities to escape. Yua kept anxiously glancing back at me, so I couldn't budge an inch. Right after that, she even forced me to look around the store with her. Yua was looking all around with a big grin on her face, saying things like, "Wow, there's not enough money in the world to buy all these figures." But even in the face of all that enthusiasm, I just couldn't find it in me to smile back at her. McDonald's hamburgers. So apparently Yua took the train to school, which meant I had to accompany her all the way to Shinsen Station. She might not look like it, but she was a devious one, alright. She always managed to get her way, all without making herself look even remotely selfish. Go for a burger right now. I could go for some fries. After this, I think I might make some frozen tater tots. Potato. Clever girl. Talk about a wolf in sheep's clothing.
西条くんって携帯は持ってないんですか？
Will this be our motivation to get a cell phone? Still make your own from scratch? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like making tater tots from scratch. I think it would be a little tedious. I did try to make hash browns at home once, though. I wanted to make Razor's signature dish from Genshin. They're cute. They're like puppy paw hash browns. So I tried making them. But I got scared when the oil like was, you know, popping out and stuff. So I ended up just taking them out and then baking them. But a cell phone? I shook my head weakly.
持ってないんですか。
Right
そ
now
れじゃ
though? Yeah, I
連
guess
絡が取れ
so.
ないですね。
連絡
Why the hell would she want to stay in touch? What? Was she going to demand that I texted her about every little thing for the rest of my life?
あ、でも西条くんパソコン持ってましたよね。
Oh, yes, we do.
私も持ってるからメールアドレスを交換しませんか。
What?
どうして
そのフィギュアの発売日に取りに行かなくちゃいけませんよね。
Give her the AOL.
その時にまた一緒に
Next cooking stream? Mayhaps.
一人でアニメ8に行く勇気はないから。
I see they just lengthened the animate. Animate. She was good.
それに
She was way too good.
私西条くんと
I knew she had her claws in me, but I just couldn't turn her down. If I did, I'd look like the bad
もっ
guy.
と
3D was the scariest thing in the world.
仲良くなりたいから。
Yeah? How was she doing this? Was it just because I was bad at talking to people? Or was she just too good? Either way, US seemed intent on not leaving until she had my email. Yet at the same time, I could sense a bit of unease behind those glasses of hers. I could practically feel my will to resist draining from my body. There were goosebumps all over my body, shivers running down my spine. But I couldn't run away, and I couldn't turn her down. There's definitely something up with Yua. This aura she had, it wasn't normal. I couldn't really put it into words exactly what it was that bothered me so much, but whatever it was, something wasn't right. Before I knew it, I torn out a scrap of notebook paper, written down my email address, and handed it to her. She took it, looking happy as can be, then quickly bowed her head and disappeared into the station. It felt like my soul had left my body. I just stood there, completely dumbfounded. Even after 10 minutes passed, I couldn't move an inch. Okay. Oh, back home. I was scared something would happen on our walk home again, but that's good. That's good at least. So what do you make of all of this? Or her? Of her. Because personally, I don't have the slightest clue. There's no way she doesn't have ulterior motives or something. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Hey, you listening? Grim. What eroge is this? That night, I decided to consult Grim about Yua. I figured I might as well. If I just kept my paranoia to myself, I wouldn't get anywhere. And that was the response I'd gotten. Well, not like I could blame him. The first time I'd spoken with Yua, I reacted the exact same way. What if it was her he's chatting with? Imagine. It was stupid of me to think you'd be any help, Grim. No, now wait one. You were being serious? You actually managed to raise a flag with someone? You really have a way of getting whatever you want, huh, lol? Now who said they weren't into 3D again? LMFAO. It's not like that, dude. Grim's reaction was almost identical to Misumi-kun's. Were they the same person or something? Use common sense. Actually, for commentators assistants. Is that what he said as a notification? Sera? Oh, out of nowhere, I heard Seraton's voice. That was my custom email notification sound. I casually went to check my email, and the sender's name was Kusunoki Yua.
うわ、早速来た。
Wow. Can we check? We gonna check? I got an email. Just now. This was the first time I'd ever actually gotten an email from a 3D girl. I gulped, then clicked to open it. Good evening, this is Kusunoki. I sent this email as soon as I was able to. I would appreciate it if you added me to your address book. My apologies for making you accompany me today. Sorry. Even so, I still had a lot of fun. Perhaps because it was my first time going to a store like that. Or maybe it was because Nishijo-kun was with me. Lol. What time will you be coming into school tomorrow, Nishijo-kun? Oh, I'm only asking because I was hoping I'd be able to say hello tomorrow morning, that's all. It would be nice if we could run into each other again tomorrow. Well, I'll be sure to email you again soon. Good night. Yua's usual elegance and purity shone through the email, and by using a lot of emoticons, she gave it a bit of a friendly tone too. But when she said things like, maybe it was because Nishijo-kun was with me, or I was hoping I'd be able to say hello tomorrow morning, I just couldn't help but feel like she was up to something. Post it now. It's tame. Chill the F out, just usual greeting. Whatever, just post it already. Are we actually gonna post it? Why is it dark? Do I need to click? Okay. Just the text, okay. The keyboard. Keyboard noises. Grim wouldn't stop pestering me, so I just gave up and posted the entire email. Though, I did censor mind Yua's personal information at least. Oh ho ho ho. Would you look at that lovey-dovey email? Okay, you normie scum. Please take this seriously. This must be some kind of trap. Yeah, how tight is that tinfoil hat you got on? You sure you're not overthinking? It looks like you raised a flag with this chick to me. You're almost at the good end of it. That's what I mean. There's no way this is real. Think this could happen to an otaku freak like me? There's no way. You think a cute girl will try to pick me up IRL? Doodle, are you seriously complimenting your GF already? Could you quit trolling for 1 second? Come on, I already told you, you're just overthinking it. We're two of a kind, aren't we, Needart? We both know good girls like that don't exist anymore. Yeah, I was fully aware, but she really was just that nice. And that's exactly what didn't feel right to me. Maybe stalking went a bit far. That's kind of even low. I mean, she really likes you and said she likes anime too. Yeah, no way, such a perfect GF exists, bro. Not for us otaku anyway, Lamel. Just don't go ruining it with your degenerate. That might not be so bad. No, scratch that. That was exactly what I wanted. So cheer up a bit. She made the first move, bro. I'm not into 3D. You say that, we both know you really want to go out with her, am I right? If you want to de-otakufy yourself, now's your chance, lol. You won't get a second one, you know. You're not too popular now, won't last long, so don't let it go to waste. Just keep calm and go on the attack. Just be Needart IRL, you can do it. You got the green light, bro. If I could just do it, I wouldn't be going through so much turmoil. Like, I'd realized something when I was talking with Yua the other day. Sure, there were a couple moments where I had fun or felt happy, but aside from that, I just felt annoyed and completely exhausted. If that was what I had to go through every day, had to go through with every IRL interaction, then I'd honestly rather just live in the 2D world where I could do whatever I wanted. And that was why I decided not to reply to Yua's email. Okay. A fire burned bright into the sky. What is being burned? Scorching red cinders danced around the incinerator. The flame was fueled by a sailor-style school uniform. Along with countless textbooks. On a foothill overlooking the subtle inland sea, a girl stood in her home's garden. The steam whistles of boats echoed in the distance, and the nearby trees gently swayed in the refreshing sea breeze. I was on at least 3 business days. Oh. In the midst of such a serene scene, the girl, Orihara Kozue, stood still and alone in front of the incinerator, bathing in the somber ambiance of its cinders. The girl's gaze was locked onto the school uniform and textbooks as they were slowly reduced to ashes, each becoming clad in a crimson glimmer, until only yesterday they had been her school uniform and her textbooks. Despite having lit the fire herself, the girl did not move from the spot, perhaps out of a lingering sense of regret. That too lasted only a moment. She suddenly knitted her eyebrows and covered her ears as hard as she could. Yeah? Huh? She gasped in agony, and yet she did nothing more. Could not moan, nor did she raise any tearful complaints. All she let out was a series of ragged breaths. She shook her head repeatedly from side to side, as if to express a fierce, visceral objection. And as she did, her strength slowly started to crumble, and she collapsed to the ground. She fell on her backside with a thud, let her jaw droop as if utterly exhausted, and looked up to the sky with a dazed expression on her face. Minutes later, she was still in that exact same position, not having moved a single muscle. Until suddenly she turned around with conviction, as if she had heard someone call out to her. Okay. She looked toward the house's porch. The wooden house had been built over 50 years ago, so despite it being daytime, it appeared quite dim. Anything beyond the porch could barely be seen. Kozue slowly stood back up and walked over to the porch. And at that very moment, her mother appeared with impeccable timing.
あら、梢ちゃん、探してたのよ。もう荷物の整理はできたの？
Kozue promptly nodded and slowly sat down.
あさってにはもう
Mom.
この家ともお別れなのね。
Oh, they're moving? Her mother took a seat next to her, gazing toward the inland sea with a gentle look in her eye.
東京なんて行く
Can we
の
see? Can we
梢ちゃん
see
は
her?
初めてよね。いいお友達ができるといいわね。
Despite her mother's caring words, Kozue did not nod, nor even shake her head in response. She simply remained silent, gazing wistfully toward the still burning incinerator in the corner of the garden. Alright, another week came, and with it, another school day. As usual, I headed to the school with my head hung low, depressed as ever. Autumn was starting to come into full spring. The leaves of the trees in Shoto Park were slowly changing color, and I was starting to feel chilly in my short-sleeve uniform. I supposed it made sense that I'd be surprised by the change of season, given I rarely went outside in the first place. I still hadn't really registered that summer had ended. She has a nice voice. My weekend had consisted of non-stop ESO. Graham had kept on bugging me about Yua, but I just ignored him. I hadn't got an email from Yua since that first one. I hadn't replied to her first one either, so maybe she'd finally given up on me. I really hoped that was the case. Whenever I talked to Yua, my feelings always got all jumbled up. Those interactions almost made me have a little hope. But there's no point in being so optimistic. At the end of the day, I was just an otaku freak. My whole life, I'd never ever had any success with 3D, so I'd just given up on it. Please don't give me any hope. Please, don't have any hope for me. Just as I thought that, someone tapped my shoulder from behind. I figured it was Nanami or Misumi-kun, but when I turned around, I was shocked. Yua?
西条くん
Yeah. Yua was looking at me with a smile on her face. Her cheeks were a little flushed. Why was she so out of breath?
後ろ姿が見えたからもしかしたら西条くんかなって思って
Had she really not given up yet? Did she still have some hope left in me?
おはようございます西条くん
Good morning, Yua.
やっと言えました
Only took me 4
土日を
days.
含めて4日もかかってしまいましたけどあ先週メールを送ったんですけど 読んでもらってます。
I found myself nodding out of reflex.
よかった。返事がなかったからてっきり届いていないかと思って何度か送り直そうとしたんですけど、我慢しておいて正解でした。
Seriously, what the hell did Yua want from me? Did she expect me to like her back? Did she want me to be her boyfriend? And then, did she want us to live out some intimate lovey-dovey fantasy together? There's no way I could do that. No way I could be that normal, no matter how hard I tried. I really wanted to, but it just wasn't possible. Are you going to sleep? Have a great stream. Alright, good night, G6. Thank you for watching. I'll probably actually end stream soonish. Also, maybe in like the next 15-ish minutes, but yeah, thanks for watching. I still didn't understand why Yua even liked me in the first place, which made it all the more impossible to trust her. I'm like scared, cause I want to keep streaming, but also I don't want to end after something scary happens, you know? I'm like, I need to stop before something scary happens. But, I still didn't understand why Yua even liked me in the first place, which made it all the more impossible to trust her. So I just couldn't do it.
西条くん、どうしたんですか？ずっと立ち止まってるので。
Upon realizing that, I quickly started to walk away, leaving Yua behind. But before I could get very far, Yua had already caught up with me.
昨日、西条くんのクラスに行ったんですけど、いませんでしたよね。
No, we just barely show up
も
to
しかして
school.
風邪でも元気そうでよかった。
たまにしか。
はい。
僕、たまにしか学校来ない。みんなから引きこもりって思われてる。
Did that break the spell? You're totally disillusioned now that you know the truth, right? If so, I didn't mind. I never gotten my hopes up anyway. Go ahead and call me an otaku freak. And then after that, never talk to me again.
そうですか。でも今日は会えてよかった
And
で
his
す。
self-talk is so negative. I was left speechless. All I could manage to do was stare at Yua's smile. But when our eyes met, I got flustered and looked down. How was she not disgusted by me?
っていうか、たまにでも学校に来てるなら、西条くんは引きこもりじゃないと思います。すいません。分かったようなこと言っちゃって。
でも苦痛だよ。
だとしたら偉いです。
Oh, I never thought I'd ever hear someone say that to me. What the hell was respectable about a total loser like me? A gentle smile had spread over Yua's face. A smile so sweet it could cure any disease. And that was genuinely what I thought in that moment.
だって西条くんは辛いのに頑張って学校に来ていますから。普通なら普通は来られないですよ。
でも僕はオタだしキモいし。
私西条くんの話を聞くの好きですよ。
What the hell? What was with all this validation? Why did hearing it make me feel so good about myself? It was like Yua was embracing me all the way down to my core. Like she was giving me the right to be here, to exist in this moment. It felt like, when I was with her, maybe I could even be a normal person again.
大変予例ですよ。
I hadn't realized it until now, but almost all the students were already gone. Everyone had made their way into the school building.
西条くん、それじゃあ私失礼します。
Okay, see you later.
今日の放課後時間ありますか？もしよかったら一緒に帰りましょう。
With a timid tone, Yua mumbled her words, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks.
放課後中庭で待ってます。もし気が向いたら来てください。あ、 無理に来なくても全然平気ですから。
Okay, you know, I will say, you know, earlier, right, I was saying, like, our MC, Takumi, his, like, self-talk is so negative, right? Like, why can't he just accept this? But I guess I'm also a little suspicious. She is just so nice. She's like everything he needs. Feels like something's gonna go wrong. Or like, you know, something with like murder. New gen. But we'll see.
失礼します。
Maybe I am a bit of a pessimist. Always expecting bad things to happen. You bowed elegantly, then darted off toward the third-year classrooms. I watched her disappear into the building, then I pinched my cheek. It really wasn't a dream. Or a delusion. Completely. I couldn't focus on my classes all day after that. Or rather, I didn't bother trying to focus. I just rested my head on my hand, staring sluggishly into the autumn sky outside the window. My teachers, my classmates, none of them ever paid any attention to me. But Yua did. Yua was different from the other shitbags at this school. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I couldn't stop having delusions about her. And before I knew it, classes were over for the day.
Yo, Taku.
Hello.
今日もデートか? この前のメガネのことはうまくいってるんだろうな。おいおい、ニートだからって躊躇してんなよ。
Can he be considered a neat?
気に入ってくれてんなら
He's a student.
付き合うか付き合わないかはともかくやっちまうのが礼儀。
そんなことしないよ。
おい、なんだよいきなり大声出して。
ユアとはそんなことしない。
は？お前まだ言ってんの？なんで最初から諦めるんだよ。
僕は引きこもりじゃない。
That wasn't even what this was about. But there was no point in trying to explain that to Misumi-kun, a guy who only thought, yeah, this line again? Okay. So ignoring how puzzled Misumi-kun was, I quickly made my way out of the classroom. The shortest path from here to the courtyard is through the skyway into the third-year building, then down the stairs, I think. I didn't come to school often enough to have a good grasp on the layout. I didn't even know where half the club rooms were, so I was a little anxious as I walked down the hallway to the next building. Oh! We've seen this character in the opening movies. As I walked, I noticed a girl standing alone in the middle of the hall, staring up at the sky. Her face looked stiff, so despite her looking out the window, it wasn't in a wistful kind of way. She was obviously in everyone's way, but she didn't seem to care in the slightest. I know you can hear me walking toward you. Move along, will you? I'm in a bit of a hurry here. I was getting real Dokyun vibes from her, and I didn't want anything to do with it. So I tried to keep my distance and slip by Girl B without getting noticed. Oh. Oh shit, was she talking to me? Was she gonna threaten me and take all my money? Or take me to the Dokyun hangout spot and have me lynched just because she didn't like my face? Or worse? Give me a break. What have I ever done to deserve this? Oh, she's close. I looked toward Girl B. She was staring at me. Well,
誰だ?
her voice sounds so familiar. Did she just ask me that? I'm Nishijo Takumi. But this is the first time I've ever spoken to her, so obviously she wouldn't know that. So I was right. Whatever she wants from me, it can't be good.
すいません。
I quickly bowed to avoid looking Girl B in the face, then ran away as fast as I could. After bolting through the hall, down the stairs and out the door, I shot a look behind me at the third-year building. It seemed like the scary girl hadn't come after me. I was safe. To be completely honest, I was getting tired of all this bullshit. Wherever I went in the third dimension, I was always running into another goddamn trap. I took a second to catch my breath, then looked for the courtyard. The courtyard was between the school building and the pool. It was so narrow, it was more like a path than an actual garden. There were a few evenly spaced flower beds spread across the courtyard. The violet-colored flowers were especially eye-catching. What kind of flowers are those? I wondered, but I really didn't have a clue. Oh, she's there. And, standing in front of the flower beds, was none other than Yua. She stood still, gazing at the flowers listlessly. Just like she promised. She'd really waited for me here. She waited for me, and me alone. Yua hadn't betrayed me. Maybe I could trust her. Maybe she really was the savior I'd been looking for. Yua looked up and noticed me standing there. Face to the flowers, imagine. And a moment later, her eyes widened. I got shy and looked away, frozen in place. Should I walk toward her? I didn't know. Why was she so surprised? Maybe I shouldn't have come. But as I was lost in thought, Yua ran over to me.
びっくりしました。
Why?
西条くんが本当に来てくれるなんて。どうせ来てもらえないって諦めかけてたんです。でも待っててよかった。
I was taken aback. Yua was thinking the same way as me. We both had the same pessimistic mindset. But there was one clear place that we differed. Whenever I had negative thoughts, I'd freeze up and do nothing. But whenever Yua had negative thoughts, she'd take action anyway. I seriously respected her initiative. I wanted to be like that too.
一緒に帰ってくれますか?
She timidly asked me and I nodded in response. Walking side by side, the two of us passed through the school gate. It was a little embarrassing. It felt like the other students were staring daggers at me, green with envy. And the more aware of that I became, the more anxious I got. I guess I was right. I really can't walk home alone with a girl. Oh, a random student? Oh, teacher, I see. Oh yeah, that's right, he wasn't wearing the uniform, huh? I crossed paths with a teacher I'd never seen before. Or at least, I assumed he was a teacher since he was wearing a suit instead of a school uniform. But, wasn't he a little young to be a teacher? Well, I hardly ever came to school, so it only made sense that I wouldn't know what half the teachers looked like. Hell, sometimes I even forgot what my homeroom teacher looked like. The teacher in the suit was looking around restlessly as he headed for the school building.
どうしました?
Sussy. Not knowing how to react, I quickly shook my head, returned to Yua's side, and went back to walking with her. Oh, at the park. We said we'd walk home together, but my base was only 10 minutes from school. Meanwhile, Yua needed to go all the way to Shinsen Station, so I needed to accompany her before I could go home. But by force of habit, I led Yua into Shoto Park. The park was something of a shortcut on my route to school, saving me about a minute each way.
西条くんって朝よくこの公園でパンを食べてませんか?
Did we tell her about that? How did she know that? Stalking.
やっぱりよく見かけたんです。でもいる時といない時があって。
Quite often, huh?
今日ようやくその謎が解けました。あ、別にそれがダメって言ってるわけじゃなくてですね。
Yua suddenly stopped, turning toward the bench I always ate breakfast on. Nobody was sitting there at the moment.
なんだかここに座っているあなたの背中は、すごく辛そうに見えて。
Yua bent forward slightly, gently stroking the back of the bench.
何度も見かけるうちにだんだん気になってきて。
I see. The bench was right in front of the fence by the pond. Whenever you sat on it, you could just stare out at the pond without needing to worry about whether others might be looking at you. It was right by the watermill too, making it even more inconspicuous. That was another huge
こ
plus.
こ最近は姿を見かけなかった日は心配で
あ
ご飯も喉を通らなかったりしてたんです。
Really? I never noticed her looking at me when I was here.
バカみたいですよね。一度も話したこともない人の心配してるなんて。でも話しかける勇気もなかったので。
Oops. Wait, yeah. So her initial stalking was an extension of that. Or maybe not stalking per se. Maybe she'd just been looking out for me.
ちょっと座ってみてもいいですか？西条くんがどんな景色を見ていたのか、私も知りたいから。
Okay. I didn't really have much of a reason to refuse. I nodded my head, still facing out toward the lake. Yua placed her bag on top of the bench and quickly took a seat. She then straightened her posture and gazed out at the lake. It was so incredibly quiet, so incredibly serene, and Yua was sitting right by my side. A gentle breeze drew ripples on the water, and it softly swayed Yua's hair. Was this what it felt like to be a normie? This situation was so ordinary, so casual. So why did I feel like I was about to cry?
ここで朝食をとるのって気持ちよさそうですよね。
I looked at the side of Yua's face as she whispered that. His inner dialogue is so... If life were an eroge, this is where she'd confess her love, then we'd lean and kiss and the good end credits would roll. JK, fuhihi.
私も今度やってみようかな。
Yua turned and looked up at me. Unable to find the words to say, I looked down at Yua's bag. The forks. Cursing my inability to maintain eye contact with a girl, I stared instead at the 3 ghetto froggy straps hanging from her bag. Oh, this is happening. Okay, so I wonder if these are like different delusions we can have, you know? Like, nothing happened the previous times, but maybe it was because I went to the green last time when we were talking with her at our base. We saw that. But I feel like going to the red would mean like seeing scary stuff, so... Or I guess I could also just not see anything at all, question mark? That is my hypothesis. But I think maybe I'll call it here and then we'll see what happens next time. Yeah. So, yeah, let me save. Okay, do you see the frogs in swimsuits? Imagine. Okay. Yes. Okay, eyes and eyes. Still, chapter 1. Okay. Were there any new tips? No. Oh wait, I guess there was this one. I don't think we read this. Wolf in sheep's clothing. An archetype that refers to someone who is far more sinister than they may appear. They are often characterized by a black heart plagued with malicious thoughts, a large gap between their outward personality and actual personality, and a general sense of ill will toward others. It appears that there are some people who are attracted to these factors that are, for all intents and purposes, negative. Oh wait, no, not escape, not escape. No. Okay, now that we read the tip, let me save again though. Okay. Saving just in case. Nah. Nah. But yeah, okay. I guess we can return to the title menu. Alrighty, well, I think that'll be it for me today. Yeah. We'll continue next week. So it was fun. Thanks for watching. I had a lot of fun. interesting. Interesting so far. The gore was really I was really trying to avoid looking at it as much as I could. But yeah, I'm excited to actually, you know, get more into the murders and stuff. And that pink-haired girl, but the demon. But yeah, it's a long stream. Yeah, thanks for watching. Good evening, gamers. Good evening, gamers. Thanks for watching. Have a nice snack, sweet dreams. Thank you. I shall. My stomach actually started rumbling a bit towards the end. But yeah, I will eat some yummy tater tots. I think I think of what. I'm glad nothing bad happened after that, actually, like towards the end, you know? Because if it did, I would want to keep playing, or, you know, until for a little while after, right? But yeah, alright. I shall go to sleep now. Well, not go to sleep. I'm gonna eat first, and then I'll sleep. But I will go now. I accidentally clicked on the game. Meant to click. Make OBS bigger. Okay, yeah. Is there something spooky? No. Take care. Yes, thank you. You too. Yeah, I shall go now, but I hope you all have a good rest of your day / night. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. Good night. See you. Bye bye.